In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
All right, hello and welcome everybody to the finals of the Valence League Division 4. My name is Aldar, and alongside me for this best of 5 matchup, it is Impress, and we will be bringing you the game between 7 Deadly Sins and Hentai Haven.
It's finals time. Are you ready, Aldar?
Yeah,
Are you
absolutely.
ready?
Well, I'm somewhat ready. I didn't realize we were starting quite this early today. I thought it would be an hour later, so I'm not quite as ready as I could be, but I'm basically ready, yes.
Yeah, same. Let's say, preparation could be improved because I found out like 30 to 40 minutes ago that we start the games earlier, which makes sense because it's a best of 5 in this grand final of Division 4 of Valence League. And we have, as you said, 7DS who finished first place in the regular season, if I'm correct, against Hentai Haven, who will lose the first 3 bans because of a late substitution.
Yeah, so a couple of late substitutions, changes coming through for Hentai Haven. Of course, that will give them a disadvantage with their first 3 bans, but being a best of 5, it's not quite as much of a punishment as it would have been in a best of 3. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether these teams, whether there'll be any difference in the levels of adaptability we'll see, whether there'll be any more experimentation here in a best of 5 compared to the best of 3s that these guys are all used to. As you mentioned, 7 Deadly Sins definitely hot favorites going into this one. They finished on top of the regular season, didn't drop a single series, only dropped 2 whole games over the course of regular season and now playoffs as well, because in the semifinals, they pretty much dumpstered Vengeance Academy to get here. Meanwhile, Hentai Haven, it hasn't looked quite so solid for them. 3-2 in the regular split was enough to put them second, and they beat their opponents. That was the Slow Bros Academy 2-1 in the best of 3 semi-final as well. So they've been looking shakier to get here than 7 Deadly Sins. But of course, being a best of 5 gives them plenty of chance to work out exactly how 7 Deadly Sins play and try and play around it.
Definitely. And I'm not sure if the 3 ban loss will hurt Hentai Haven that much, because like losing bans just shakes up the whole draft, like the whole process of the draft. More power picks are being left open, so as 7DS you have to adjust for that as well, which means all your prep, like the prep you've done, is somewhat meaningless because you have to adjust to this new situation. So I would hope for them to do more target bans, which they do, and the Veigar and the Malza are very simple champions in the mid lane. Basically, they both have an outplay button on the R key. Because if you like start banning meta picks now, Hentai Haven will have like the opportunity to just grab the 2 best champions that are being left open after 7 years picked the first one. So I don't know yet. It's kind of a double-edged sword, this whole ban loss system, but there's not a better punishment out there, so we have to just run with that.
Absolutely. So that is going to be, as you mentioned, the Veigar, the Malzahar, and the Ashe. 3 champions with fairly strong ultimates, particularly earlier in the game, all taken away. And that Malzahar is definitely a target ban towards Asco99. In the middle lane for Hentai Haven plays a fair amount of Malzahar in solo queue, definitely a comfortable champion for them. So that's going to be banned away. The Ashe following through. Not necessarily one of Sam Vette's most played champions, but always a pretty strong pick at the moment. And now we will see the actual first pick of the day. Well, Singed Hover
should be either Caitlyn, Senna, Ezreal, or MF if you really want to first pick the MF, which I don't think is good here because Sam doesn't really play it. But yeah, the Caitlyn, obvious choice. Still strong alongside Ashe and Senna, so nothing surprising there. Maybe Sam opts for the Ezreal. Some would say for lane, and they can pick a jungle because both junglers like to play. Shiora is new. You said some Rengar games in his solo queue history. I don't really agree with the Nasus blind pick, to be honest.
Yeah, that feels like it could be fairly easily punished, assuming it's going up towards the top side of the map, which we would definitely expect the Caitlyn pickup as well. For Honest, not only is it a very strong champion right now, but it's Honest's most played champion in solo queue, so definitely a comfort pick for the bottom laner, and that's obviously going to be feeling very good. The Ezreal will be the response for Hentai Haven when it comes to their bottom laner. And I mean, again, in lane, with Nasus and Ezreal, you feel like you've got two relatively rough, or you're kind of opening yourself up for some rough laning phases early on, as Hecarim will be locked in for Isara.
Yeah, I don't know why to pick the Nasus that early. Like, you leave yourself out in the dust. There's so many counter picks open. Hecarim is open, probably the strongest jungler. Alongside, maybe if you want to do the River Shen, but I kind of agree with the Ezreal, but I'm not really sure. Unless it's a flex pick, maybe AP Nasus mid lane, because this is VL. Everything can happen. Or Nasus, or I mean, I don't know.
Support with Glacial Augment or something
Glacial
like that,
or AP Glacial Augment Nasus. So that's the Malphite. Yeah.
Well, that tells us that one of those isn't going exactly where we might expect. The Nasus and the Malphite not going to be sharing the top lane with one another. Almost certainly going to be going up against the Shen. They're not 100% certain. The Morgana ban is something that I think is very sensible here from Hentai Haven, because Chimebright had an absolutely amazing performance on that Morgana in the semi-final game 1 versus Vengeance Academy. So taking that one away from the support, I think a very sensible maneuver. So
unless this is some weird flex of Nasus or Malphite jungle, which I don't really agree, because I don't know what Hentai Haven is doing. They just basically gave up the potential flex of Nasus with picking the Malphite, because now one of those champions goes top lane and Shen is just fine. Like, he wants to chill in lane and ult down to another lane and make plays there. But the Hecarim do like a 4-man play on the other side of the map. So yeah, I'm not really excited about this Hentai Haven draft, to be honest.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be seeing that Malphite going middle for Azco. We saw a couple of press arm middle lane champions, the Veigar and the Malzahar, being banned away early, and Malphite's a similar sort of brand in that sense, at least. Obviously a melee champion, and definitely not necessarily the same sort of champion as Veigar or Malzahar, but does have a lot of power in that ultimate. So maybe that's what Azco is hoping for in the middle lane, if that's where the Malphite is going. I'm not sure either of these would be going support. Obviously, the Nasus support would probably be a bit of a dream anyway. The Malphite support doesn't really seem like it's the sort of thing Adorkable would play. Adorkable tends to play more of the Enchanter style, Zyra in particular, but Yuumi, Janna, Karma, Vel'Koz, this sort of thing. Not really the Malphite style gameplay down there in the support role. And Nunu and Willem going to be locked in. That'll be going into the hands of Shiara, most likely.
So it has to, okay. I'm completely clueless right now. What is going on here? Because we have it's probably Nasus top, as you said, Malphite in the middle, and now 70s can just pick safe lanes. They have a strong jungle. Vel'Koz is one of Kraft's favorite champions. He has 3 games in the season, managed to die like 7 times in 3 games, more than 15 kills in those 3 games. Mm-hmm. So really carry performance. Yeah, and as you said, it doesn't look like this is going to be a Malphite support bard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Chimebright in the Ute clan picking up the bard. Definitely a bard main is the support for 7 Deadly Sins, and being able to go towards your comfort on that bard with the Caitlyn as well in the bottom lane. Honest's most comfortable champion as well. That's going to be feeling pretty good. Will it be the Tom Kent?
Please don't.
No. That seems like the lowest damage team comp I have ever seen in my life, as Tom Kent is locked in to make it 4 tanks and an Ezreal.
So all 5 TK. I don't know, man. I don't know. Why are you counterpicking yourself? Like, okay. So top is like Shen's gonna have the lane here. Nasus just wants to chill, sit back, just farm, get the stacks, and maybe be somewhat of a split push in late game, match Shen when he wants to ult, and just destroys turrets. Nunu kind of the same. He wants to focus on objectives, but I don't see solo lanes having the pressure. And same with the bot lane, because Caitlyn bot will outpush as well TK every day in the week. So it's a bit weird from Hentai Haven. I don't know. I thought, like, going into a best of 5, you usually want to get out, like you want to get the spice in game one, so you put it all out, put it all on the floor, so you kind of force the enemy team to ban your juicy picks. But a Malphite mid and an R5 Tom Kench, this is not the spice I hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a spice of some description, but it feels like it's a sort of very dull tasting spice that's not really very exciting. There's a lot of it. The dish is covered in this very dull taste. It's kind of like dust, if dust was a spice. And it's just, sort of just 4 tanks. I mean, it's just, I just don't feel like it's interesting, but I don't think it's exciting from Hentai Haven. But of course, they are very welcome to try and prove me wrong. I'd be ecstatic if they could. But yeah, 3 losing lanes, almost certainly there. Not much agency that Shiara will be able to have on the Nunu and Willump accordingly, especially if Chimebright's going to be able to roam around on that Bard as well and help out Ice Zaro where necessary. That Hecarim, of course, going to be strong pretty much from the get-go, but especially once the Trinity Force will be picked up. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there's that many avenues here, really. So thinking about that, for Hentai Haven, what do you think they need to do to have any chance of winning this?
Kill the enemy Nexus.
Sure, okay, yeah, wonderful.
It's kind of hard because like both Nunu and Malphite want to go in. Nasus doesn't really want to fight. Azrael wants to kite back, play like front to back team fights. Tom Kench just trying to clean up all the mess Hentai Haven is gonna cause this game. And if you look at all these champions, like Nasus magic damage, Nunu magic damage, Malphite magic damage, Azrael hybrid kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And TK also like more magic damage focused, but he's not going to do a lot of damage, to be fair. But I mean, if you're Shen and Hecarim, after your core items, you just go MR, and then it's going to be very hard for Hentai Haven to nuke the people which they want to do with the Snowball and the Rock comp.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I mean, they have the tools. I'm just very uncertain if they have the damage to pull it off.
Yeah, it could be like one of those times when, you pretend it's a snowball, but it's actually a rock covered in snow, and then it hits a lot harder than they were expecting. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like maybe if Honest gets put very far behind on this Caitlyn somehow, if they're able to punish maybe the push that we might see from the bottom side, Caitlyn Bard, not the most survivable lane ever, although Caitlyn can be fairly survivable, really. But if they find a way to put Honest behind on that Caitlyn, maybe there's not much in the way of tank busting. Vel'Koz with the ult, sure, does the true damage, but once the ult's down, he's not putting out enough consistent damage to get through the rather tanky lineup. So you do rely on that Caitlyn being quite strong, I would suggest, but it seems like there's no real way to prevent the Caitlyn from becoming strong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all about the initial burst for Hentai Haven, so if they can pull that off, if they maybe can get some early Drakes and rush the Drake Soul, this could be a win con for them. Other than that, they dig the really deep hole for them. And I'm very curious if they're going to be able to climb out of that. Let's look at skin game, Alada. We have, I think 70s has the edge in that as well. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think any team with Elderwood Hecarim will always have the edge on that one. Bard coming through pretty strong as well. Lunarath Caitlyn, I should say, not a fan. That just looks like Zyra. Then what else we got? Shamrock Malphite is great in a sense because it's like it's so simple and Malphite's so simple, which is so it kind of works. It's just like Shamrock Malphite feels like it's someone's first skin, but all you have to do is press R anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Infernal Nasus is all right, to be fair, but Nottingham Ezreal a bit weak, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's the Coin Emperor TK is okay. It's a cool skin. But other than that, looking at the rune choices, I like that Chimebright went for the Electrocute on board, because she's going to be able to get a lot of damage out against melee support in the TK. So I really like that instead of the more passive Guardian choice.
Yeah, as we are just loading into the game here, just thinking about, anything else that really stands out when it comes to, obviously, Conqueror as well. That's pretty much all that we'd expect to be seeing. As now, I think we're going to throw.
And we're back with 7yes versus Hentai Haven. This is your Valence League Division 4 finals. And we see a point defense start from both of the teams. So nothing spicy going on there. Let's see if they are able to drop some wards. It doesn't look like it. So, yeah. Nuno should start a bot side, get a good... Wants to like full clear and then move up. Hakram just wants to get to his items and then maybe looks for a gank, like prevents Nuno from taking objectives very early on. But other than that, cold start for the Ezreal. Okay, I mean they're not gonna win lane anyways. So let's start. Let's just get the farm. I think Alada is missing, or is he here? Alada, can you hear me? Doesn't look like it. So, welcome to the VL Division 4 launch stream. I'm Impress, and this is Twitch chat. Hello, how are you doing? Choice is streaming, so big shout out to him for actually, like, imagine it's Monday evening, and your PC's occupied. You can't play Fall Guys, which is kind of outdated. You can't play Among Us. You can't even play League. You can't, like, gain LP. You have to watch this abomination of a draft and Nasus Nunu AP Malphite question mark? Ezreal in TK battling it out in a VL game against 7yes. Alada, you're back.
Yes, sorry about that. My internet literally just shut off and restarted itself, so no idea why that happened. But I am back. So, are we at the 10-second mark? Is that correct?
We're at 2 minutes and 18 seconds right now.
Okay.
So,
I'll find my way to that. So
here we see Hentai Haven and Natural Habitat getting pushed in. Welcome to Natural World, and I'm Impressed. This is VL on a Monday evening.
Alright, so hopefully I'm at the same part as you guys now.
Should
I'm just
be
letting it play.
Yeah, 45, 46.
Okay. I'm just going to skip ahead. Sorry about this. Yeah, obviously it was not at the same part as everyone else. Okay.
It's all good. So Hakram's already looking for gang top.
Alright, he's about to go in up there. I'm still behind, I'm afraid. He's just going to run away, in fact, Isaro. Not going to participate. There's a pause. So that might help us to actually sync up a little bit. So, yeah, once again, apologies for the technical issues.
So, game resumes now.
Yeah.
For me, at least. Yeah, good. What I want to see from Motojo, actually, I mean, he should have pushed the wave harder. He can actually, like, just push the wave in, recall. Get a call if he wants to. Get that going on, because Nas is gonna have a hard time pushing the wave on early if he doesn't put enough points in his E. And yeah, as you can look, all 3 lanes are pushing. And Nunu has to just rely on a gank, which he will be able to do.
Yeah, up towards the top side. We are going to move away with the camera, though, as actually that was Azko getting very low, but now back up towards the top side with Shiara getting on towards Motor Joe here. The Shen will be locked in place for just a moment. Will be able to escape, though, not having to burn the flash either. Motor Joe keeping it cool up there in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the damage, really. They just hope that they can, like, CC chain him. But other than that, just relieve some pressure from the Nasus. The Shen now has the TP, so no real cheater recall on that. And Nunu is... I mean, Hakram gets both scuttles, which is fine. Like, he really likes that. But, yeah, it's really hard for Hentai. Why are you doing this to yourselves? Is it... Yeah, masochist is the right term. Because, like, if you're a sadist, you like others to have to feel pain.
Yes.
But if you like... that yourself, yeah, it should be masochist, yeah. And we see Shen almost killing the dog on top.
Yeah, we've got to hope that Beeg's a masochist, because otherwise he's not going to be having a terribly good time up there. Azko, similar story in the middle lane as well, getting chunked out very low and forced to recall away and TP straight back. Motojo didn't pick up a cull, went for boots and a longsword instead. So perhaps not what you were hoping to see from Motojo, maybe a little bit more early power coming out of that Shen, particularly if he's going to be going down with the Stand United to the bottom side. That might well help. And look at the trading power already onto Beeg. Here, Beeg trying to fight back, though, and actually doing a good job of taking a significant chunk of health away from Motojo. Chime Bright not going to land that Cosmic Finding, but just testing the waters down there.
Yeah, definitely. Me just wants to go for the Tiamat, have more wave control, but if he has a Tiamat, he's going to have a very hard time of freezing the wave, which you maybe want to do. Force the Nasus to overextend, because especially on red side, it's very easy for the top laner to overextend because of the Tribush situation you have up there, and then just invite Darkram to gank you and kill you, and basically just give 3 gold to the enemy team. Malphite going for the defensive option, yeah. Okay. Forcing out the ult.
Yeah, significant amount of damage put down onto Azko there by Kraft. Azko wasn't level 6, so didn't ult away from it, but actually didn't lose too much health. Can still contemplate staying in lane, but will be forced under by the Vel'Koz. And that feels like that's what Kraft's main aim is at the moment. A lot of CS advantages being accrued across the map for 7 Deadly Sins. The only lane where they don't have that advantage is the top lane for the time being. The junglers going at it a little bit over no particular objective there, but they're just going to handshake that one and back away from one another. Beeg pushing Motojo in now on the top side, which could leave him vulnerable to a gank from Izara. However, Chime Bright has made his way to the middle lane, hoping to force a flash or an ult out of Azko. It will be the flash, but he's going to go down anyway. First blood goes over to Kraft in the middle lane at the cost of only Chime Bright's Ignite.
Very nice roam and double gank from Darkram and the bot, but didn't Azko find his flash key in time? Or like, you could have flashed the bot binding. It's a very slow projectile, relatively speaking, and then you won't get chain CC'd. So unfortunate decision making, which leads to first blood for the Vel'Koz, and Kraft is really gonna like that. Like, look at the CS diff in mid, it's 30 already.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge gold advantage for the Vel'Koz, and he was already bullying the Malphite before that even became the case. Azko with the Negatron Cloak trying desperately to hang on there. We'll see how well he's able to do it. And not even just the flash, by the way, that he was too greedy to use, but the ult as well. Could have got him out of that one really easily as soon as he saw Chime Bright in the area. But no, really greedy stuff in the end from Azko to try and hold on to both of those, and was rightfully punished for it. Now on the bottom side, Izaro contemplating a gank down here with Chime Bright. They'll probably use the magical journey to get through the wall, or they're actually going to look in towards the jungle instead, where they will find Shiara. Meanwhile, Motojo just being forced away from the wave by Beeg, who's having a good time of it up there on the top side. Isaran and Chime Bright have found Azko. Here comes the Stand United for Motojo as well. They'll be able to chase on with the onslaught of shadows and the Vel'Koz ultimate on top of it as well. And that'll be another kill over to Kraft. Azko going down twice in 2 minutes.
Can we go to the next game already, Alado, or is that too early? So they could, like, it was a nice attempt of Azko trying to collapse on the enemy champions in Hecarim and the Bard who were invading your own blue buff, but he walked over wards so they could react and then just punish him because he didn't have a flash. His ult wasn't enough because Hecarim still had his ult, and that is, simply speaking, the second kill for the Vel'Koz, and even more gold put into his pocket.
Yeah, really the main hope at the moment for Hentai Haven is Beeg on that Nasus. Looking fairly strong right now, getting a couple of plates already as well. 71 CS, almost, 15 nearly ahead of his lane opponent. So really getting the better of Motojo up there, which is not necessarily something we expected to see. Of course, with Motojo using the Stand United to go away from the lane, that gave a little bit more free time to Beeg to accrue even more of an advantage. Motojo going very early for the Executioner's calling, but against Nasus, that's probably what we would expect, as he's actually still down towards the bottom side of the map for the time being, so it won't be helping him out too much down here.
Yeah, Motojo, although not being on an Nasus, is on dog duty this game, because they obviously want to lane swap here. Drake is down, Herald is up, and with the advantageous bot lane 7DS is having, they want to get that objective as well. So it makes sense to do that swap.
Oh, no. And Shiara with the flash might be able to escape, but there is the ace in the hole. Honest picking up that kill. And to be honest, if you are Seven Deadly Sins, you're glad that Shiara was able to flash over the wall and escape the initial attack, because you'd rather have the kill and the red buff on that Caitlyn. You get the flash as well on top of it. So it just gets worse and worse here for Hentai Haven, and Beeg, who was their power point on this map, now going to be forced under turret by Honest on the top side, and not really anything he can do here.
Yeah, definitely not. Caitlyn's just gonna poke the Nasus. Maybe he can sustain a little bit with how the champion works, but 7 years gets the Herald. And they should I actually think they should not use it top, they should use it mid against this struggling Malphite and just put him even further behind.
Yeah, and that is where they're going to use it. It's already been placed down by Isaro straight away in the middle lane, and it looks like Kraft is going to be pushing in there as well, and the turret already going down mid lane out to take him down, and now Motor Joe going aggressive onto Samvete. Adorkable is in the area, but so is Isaro. Meanwhile, Kraft being engaged upon in the middle lane might go down. Motor Joe has slain Samvete on the bottom of the map, so that one going in favor of Seven Deadly Sins, but not so in the middle lane as Kraft goes down. Adorkable running for the hills, will be able to escape over the wall. Motor Joe will follow, and will there be enough? No, there will not. Motor Joe will not secure the kill. Adorkable escapes, and in the end, it's a cross-map 1-for-1.
I'll take that if I'm Hentai Haven, actually. Nice response. 7 years trying to make a play bot side, but with how safe Azrael and TK can be, they get only one kill, force out both summons from Adorkable. But in the meantime, Valkos is just a sitting duck, very open in lane, because he pushed the minions really far up after enemy turret has been destroyed, and it's very easy for the Nunu and the Malphite to collapse on the Valkos here.
Interesting adaptation here from Seven Deadly Sins. Kraft heading up towards the top side of the map on that Vel'Koz, not going straight back to the middle lane. So that's interesting. So evidently they're looking to put Kraft up against Beeg, and now joining him will be Motor Joe as well. Kraft already getting quite low though. Beeg will go aggressive and so nearly picking up the kill, but with the fast forward might be easy meat now for Motor Joe, who will flash himself and pick up the 300 gold. The Nasus goes down. Kraft lives to fight another day, but only just.
That must be a tilt for the Nasus.
Yeah.
Very, very close. Okay.
Bard main, by the way. But never
main.
mind. He's just going to make sure that he's going to be okay.
I'm just going to continue my point. We didn't see that quote-unquote play. Yeah, I mean, it was really close that he almost got the Valkos, and now we see the Nunu here.
Here comes Shiara around the backside with the biggest snowball ever. Rooted up his Chime Bright, will escape from the Absolute Zero. Still takes the damage, but not going to be enough. And the Bard using the tunnel to escape, and Honest gets out as well, although both summoners blown from the AD carry of Seven Deadly Sins.
Which could be crucial against the Nunu and Malphite in the upcoming team fight, because the Drake is only 25 seconds away. So Hentai Haven, yeah, that is what I wanted to say. Asko clearing out some wards, get the vision going on, then maybe you can snipe the Caitlyn and delete her from the fight.
Motor Joe and Beeg going at it once again, both of them doing quite a lot of damage to one another, and Shiara in the area means that Motor Joe is at a heavy disadvantage. No flash on the Shen. It was used aggressively to take down Beeg earlier on. Who does he want to give the kill over to? He's trying to run away, delaying a little bit. It will be Beeg with the +6 and the +450 on top of it as well. Nasus getting a little bit stronger now. However, with Shiara investing that time into the top side of the map for the gank, this will be a free as you like dragon for Seven Deadly Sins, who are now up to 2 and on their way towards Soul Point.
So they really want to make the first pick Nasus working. Shiara, instead of trying to contest the Drake in a 4v4, 5v5 scenario because the Nasus had TP up, he decides to make a play topside. Nasus gets a kill, he gets a turret in exchange of a single Mountain Drake, which is worth in my opinion, as long as they are able to contest the next one.
Indeed. Are you familiar with how many stacks a Nasus should have at any given point of the game? Because I must confess I'm not. I was just going to
Actually, I'm not. No, I'm not the...
Oh, okay, Chime Bright, though, in the middle lane. We'll talk about that later. Isaro, Chime Bright, both in the area. Kraft there as well, and Adorkable goes bye-bye very quickly indeed. Isaro tanking up the biggest snowball ever. The Onslaught of Shadows won't actually come through. He will go down. There is the Tempered Fate landing onto Samvete. Very early ultimate, though, from Kraft, and Samvete can just escape from that one. Honest is now in the area, but no flash. Means he won't be able to follow over the wall. will use the ace in the hole. Somehow had vision on Chiara with that ward over the wall. That was clutch. And the kill comes through once again. That's the second time Chiara thought they escaped, but the ace in the hole followed them all the way.
Yeah, very nicely played from 7 years. They just have, I think they have Hentai Haven's number actually. Doesn't really look like it, even in draft, and now also gameplay-wise, Nasus being the only hope, who is on 264 something stacks. Let me quickly check. He is on, now the chat is covering it up, 270 stacks at 15.5 minutes.
Okay.
Which is good. I think. At least
I'll
it looks like it.
Yep.
At least
sounds good. It's a high number. So great.
So if I'm Hentai Haven, the only scenario how I can win this is basically hold the 4v4 and let Nasus do his thing. Just split push, and when 7DS is trying for a play on your top laner, then you just have to get something across the map. Otherwise, it's not worth. But I doubt that they win a straight 4-on-4 or 5-on-5 team fight.
And the lane assignments have been all over the place on this game thus far. Azko now heading towards the top side up against Motor Joe. Honest, in this 1v1 on the bottom side, the Chime Bright is lurking, and that will be with Beeg in the bottom. Samvete and Adorkable hanging around the middle lane for Hentai Haven. 7 kills to 3 for the time being. And actually, Ace in the Hole just going to be used to try and poke Beeg down a little bit, but a very little bit, as Beeg's health is more than adequate to keep that Nasus alive. The advantage is heavily in favor still of 7 Deadly Sins, but their progress has slowed down just a little bit, and Hentai Haven are actually coming through with some alright responses here. The Dragon Timer is one they're going to have to be very aware of. Chime Bright, once again, with the Temper Fate, that's not really going to get close to landing there, and that's not the best magical journey I've ever seen either. Samvete will escape. Ignite went down onto him already. Isaro here with the Stand United. That's Motor Joe joining in. Isaro found his way onto Samvete, who goes down. Azko trying to get Craft, but the barrier will keep the Vel'Koz alive. Beeg on the backside, giving Honest a world of pain. Honest goes down. 500 gold over to the Nasus, another 300. That's several stacks as well. Motor Joe having to try and run away. Adorable will gobble him up now, and Motor Joe will escape with the flash almost as soon as it came back up. The taunt as well. Adorable forced to flash away from the Vel'Koz on the backside, and that was a chaotic fight. But I tell you what, I reckon Hentai Haven just about won that.
Yeah, definitely. The Nasus is doing some bits here. Caitlyn, no flash. Takrim went really deep to get the Ezreal. So Nasus just was able to just run them down and gets another kill on the turret.
Does he though? He's just about gonna... No! Oh no, it all goes wrong. Beeg feeling himself just a little bit too much. That's a big shutdown over to Kraft, who's already plenty strong in this game so far. Chime Bright trying to mess with Adorkable and Chiara here, but going to be punished for it. Might well go down. Does indeed. Samvete picking that one up, their first kill of the game on the blue build Ezreal.
Very interesting decision making from Chime Bright here. Obviously, you want to scout what the enemies are doing, but when you have no flash, just don't walk that far. Hentai Haven gets the Herald, they get a big charge on the Midland turret. It doesn't fall, fortunately, for 7 Deadly Sins, but the Nasus is doing some work. Now Caitlyn has flash back up again for this dragon fight, which is crucial, but still, you have a Malphite, you have a Nunu, very easy tools to get onto Honest here.
Dragon spawning, and Isaro already in the area, starting up the Infernal Dragon, third dragon of the game. If they get this one, they'll be on soul point, but it's not going to be that easy. Chiara in the area with the innate objective securing power of the Nunu, but forced away. Is level 11 compared to the level 10 of Isaro, so has a bigger smite as well. Tempered Fate goes down. That'll lock up both the jungler and the dragon itself. And now Azko going in to try and disrupt here. Red team takes the dragon away. That's going to be Hentai Haven, and Isaro will pay with his life on top of it as well. Samvete wants to go aggressive, but a whole chunk of damage from Kraft will dissuade the fight from going any further. Honest and Isaro both fall, but only Azko on the other side, and Hentai Haven get the dragon on top as well. That is definitely a swing in their favor.
Very good team from Hentai Haven. They used the easy tools to get into the Caitlyn. To be honest, Caitlyn made it very, very easy for them, walking into like a range of 200 Teemos of the Malphite, so he just had to press R. So, I mean, honest, if you listen back to this, okay? Caitlyn is not a melee champion. She actually has some decent range. So what you want to do is create some range between you and the Malphite and Tenunu if possible. And then you'll be able to deal damage while they can't reach you. He didn't do that in the fight. That's why 7DS lost that, plus the Infernal Drake. And now it's a game, Alada. We actually have a game going on here.
Yeah, and I mean, I still wonder a little bit about the damage coming through from the side of Hentai Haven in the long run. With that blue build Ezreal, that's less damage output with the Iceborne Gauntlet than we would expect if he'd gone for something like the Trinity Force. The Nasus already doing a lot of damage at this stage, and that will continue, but the items are going to get tankier from here on out. Gargoyle's Stone Plates has been the pickup for Shiara, so obviously the Noon not going to be doing tons of damage. Similar story for Azko, who sometimes you see middle lane Malphites going quite aggressive in terms of ability power, but that's nothing like what Azko is going for here. So I wonder if there's going to be some issues if the game goes long for Hentai Haven here.
I think 7DS, just with how the items are going to work out, 4 tanks, and then, as you said, not a very damage-orientated Ezreal, they're gonna struggle if this game goes on for like 20 more minutes. Vel'Koz another ult just to poke out Sam, and the Nunu comes in, but yeah, not much going on right now. Oh, they catch the Nunu here.
Oh, okay, Temper Fate does land. Shiara will be taken low. The Cosmic Binding didn't come through, and that might give the jungler just enough time to escape. Actually goes aggressive, using the Absolute Zero to try and get some damage down, but now Izaro making the backline flee as Azko's trying to run away, and that is the fight that they needed to find for 7 Deadly Sins. Beeg nowhere in the area, no TP available for the Nasus either. And that is by far the most powerful member on Hentai Haven who could not participate in the fight and will just have to settle for pushing down an outer turret in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, the inhibitor turret for Hentai Haven is going down, and the inhibitor's probably going to follow as well. They look like they are going to take it down. Sambeti and Azko, nothing they can do. And wow, when it seemed like it was swinging in favor of Hentai Haven, all of a sudden, 7 Deadly Sins find the perfect fight.
High IQ bottle from Chimebrat here, finding the Nunu who was out of position, and then knowing that Nasus doesn't have TP, Shen has ult, so it's an easy 4v5 fight. They stop the backs. In the meantime, the dog gets into him down there bot lane. He gets a second turret, and now just look at the damage on the inhibitor. It's just gonna get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, Chimbright will be enough of a threat to get rid of the dog for now, but level 14 Beeg, no one else level 14 in this game. Really, really strong. Would have loved to TP him for that fight, I'm sure, but was able to take 2 turrets as a result, so that's not the end of the world, really. The inhibitor did go down, which is a bit of a shame, but it depends now. When you take an inhibitor, it's not all that powerful in and of itself. You have to be able to work around the automatically pushing lane, and we'll have to see now whether 7 Deadly Sins are capable of doing that. With no dragon up for the time being, although it will be up in a minute, that will probably be where their focus is going to go for next.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, if you're not able to get something out of a missing inhib, you just funnel more gold into the enemy team and give them a chance to come back. With Caitlyn just using ult as a poke tool again. The Nunu has the Moby boots though. I don't know if that's because Shiara wants to get fast out of base without using the snowball. I mean, he knows, I guess. He knows. We just have to look. 20 seconds until Infernal Drake, 7DS have the advantageous position. They have vision and they just go on to the Malphite. Interesting.
Okay, Tempered Fate will land on both Azko and Izaro. There will be the Cosmic Binding, forcing the defensive ultimate from Azko. And that ultimate has been critical in every fight that Hentai Haven has won. Azko has found a good ultimate there. Shiara has had time to make their way to the bottom side of the map, and now we'll go a little bit aggressive onto Chimebright, who takes a whole lot of damage, but Shiara's taking even more. Absolute Zero keeps him alive for a little bit longer. The flash away will not be enough. Izaro picking that one up. There is the Magical Journey. Honest in trouble, but with the Stand United on top. Beeg there in the backlines, but will be taken low and surely going to be taken down. Yes, he does go down, and now's the opportunity for 7 Deadly Sins to turn this one back around once again. Azko, no ultimate available on the Malphite means you're just a rock and nothing more. And now Sambete and Kraft in the 1v1. It's going to be Sambete picking up the kill, using the flash for damage. But the double kill will come through in the end for Honest. It's going to be an ace and they're TPing into the base. 7 Deadly Sins reckon they can end this one.
Very good. Like, 7DS used 3 ults. They used the Bard ult, the Valkos ult, and the Hecarim ult just to force out Asco's Malphite ult, which just enables the Caitlyn to deal more damage because she can stand safer. The Nasus didn't really get into the backline very well and deal damage because of the Stand United and Ezreal and Tahm Kench being zoned out by the Valkos in the last fight. And easier stats, 7DS take the draft, they take the game, and we will be back soon, I guess. And after a short break, Alada, what do you think about the game?
Yeah, no, I mean, very interesting game, and very weird how quickly it just came to an end there. I was expecting that game to go on for quite a lot longer than it did, but that one team fight was just enough because of the inhibitor minions pushing, or uninhibited minions, I should say, pushing into the base, giving the wave already on the Nexus turrets perfectly timed. Motojo TPing straight in there as well. And yeah, they just absolutely pulled the trigger. And that shows the confidence of 7DS as well. A lot of teams would have just taken the Dragon and gone towards the Soul, but they knew that they could just end it right then and there, which I think is impressive to see. But as you said, we will be going to a little break now, and we will be back for Game 2. But here in Game 1, 7 Deadly Sins are now 1-0 up. Stay tuned.
been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home. Until you find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Until you find your way back home.
All right, hello and welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of the Division 4 finals here in the Valance League. This is a best-of-5 series, and in the opening game of the series, it was 7 Deadly Sins who took the win, but perhaps not in as dominating a fashion as we might have expected. My name is Aladar, and alongside me for this series is Impress.
Hello, Alada. I mean, you could say that, but in the end, it was a 25-minute win. So, like, when it came to closing out the game, they were really forcing it, and I like that. I like not being hesitant when it comes down to that. Hentai, even to be honest, made it somewhat easy for them with how they drafted. Let's see if they. I really hope. I want to get a series going on here. I really hope they make some adjustments, some improvements in the draft. They chose as the losing team. They chose to be on blue side right now. Plus, they have, I think, all bans. Production can correct me if I'm wrong. Production says right now that I am correct and I'm the best color caster in VL, and I will get double the coins for casting this game. So thank you, Joyce, for that. And yeah, I mean,
I heard it.
Yeah,
it can't be denied. I heard it.
I love it. You also get double the coins. Thank you.
Yeah, apparently so. Wow, this is great. I'm just going to keep listening to everything Joyce is telling us. Wow, it's so
Very generous, very generous.
Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, we'll settle down there. All right. Anyway, so we should be getting into the game any moment now. Looks like everyone is ready, and we should be entering the pick and ban phase. And as you mentioned, hopefully Hentai Haven won't hamstring themselves, because if they didn't do that last game, they did a good job. For some of the game, they did a good job. They won a couple of team fights in the mid game. It was looking quite good. And I think if they'd had a better team comp, it might have been looking even better for them. So,
yeah, what I want from Hentai Haven, more damage, not blind picking your solo laners, not playing Malphite. The Nasus even gets a ban. To be honest, Beak did really well on the champion altar. Like first rotation Nasus, you expect it to get punished, but I mean, in some fights, as I said, in the mid game, he was able to basically two-shot the Caitlyn or the Valkos or the Bard. So one of the squishy targets, which he should do. And NASA's Vigar from 7S, and I expect a Malzahar ban then as well. But on the other side, Hentai even just says, oh, okay, you showed us the Kate, you showed us Akron, let's get rid of that. And maybe another champion 7S just played in the previous match.
Bard seems like a potential avenue. They banned Morgana last time as well. Both of these champions, Chime Brights, had pretty good performances on lately. It's going to be the Shen, banned away from Motor Joe and Isaro. Both of them could play it. And it's a pretty powerful pick right now, so I think it makes sense to ban that one away and take a little bit of power away from the bottom side of the map with the Shen Stand Uniter, which usually gets used down there, at least in the early game. Ezreal, going to be the final ban. That'll be targeted towards Sanvete, who played it last game and looked okay. Nothing absolutely special, and maybe
Pick
the build
Ashe,
was a little bit conservative, but there is the Ashe, and you were saying, pick Ashe, so why exactly do you want it so much?
It's just one of the strongest ADs. Although, and it's also Sam can play it. Sam played it in this season already. Just gives you another engage tool, which, looking at the previous game, Antahaven likes apparently. So, and yeah, I wanted to say, MF, honest. Let me quickly grab the sheet. It's his most played ADC alongside Caitlyn, I think, in the regular season MVL. He managed to get 24 kills in 4 games and only died twice, while Isaro is also getting a comfort pick. Us likes to have those engagey, tanky champions. If you want to play, I don't know, I don't know how familiar you are with the color theory, so more red champions, just basically champions that want to go ham, that want to go in, and this is another champion that wants to go in on the other side. It's the Malphite again.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of fights where the Malphite pick seemed to be paying off. It'll be interesting to see whether that's going to Beeg or to Azko once more. If the Talon gets locked in, it's probably not going to be going to Azko, but I don't know whether that Talon is a serious hover or not. Probably not. However, the Akali, not too dissimilar, both assassin champions. Malzahar, though, wasn't banned away, was banned last time, not this time. Azko plays a fair amount of Malzahar, and that will be locked in. So that'll be going into the hands of the middle laner. Therefore, the Malphite probably going to be.
Also, okay, I get the Malzahar pick. It's one of Asko's comfort champions. It's a very safe champion, although against the Jarvan. If you are the Jarvan, yeah, you want to, you just constantly gank the Malzahar because you can get rid of his passive with your flag, and then you can drag yourself towards him, and you can knock him up. So it's very easy to gank him. It's a good counter. So, I mean, Asko counter-picked himself, kind of. But I don't get why you picked the Malphite again. Why don't you pick a jungler, just match the Jarvan with whatever you want? Maybe the Sejuani, maybe, I don't know, if you want to play Olaf or whatever, Trundle, something like that. But now you're just showing your solo laners again and give 7DS the opportunity to double counter pick. Plus, they get the counter pick on support, most likely. So it looks like they get 3 winning lanes again.
Yeah, might well be the case here. The draft was impressive last time out from Seven Deadly Sins, as much as Hentai Havens was unimpressive. And it's looking to be pretty similar again here. Ziggs also been picked up. Morgana will be banned away. That's away from Chime Bright. Craft probably going to be on that Ziggs. Similar sort of champion to the Vel'Koz in a sense. You put a lot of poke damage. You stay very far away from your opposite number, and staying far away from a Malzahar is generally a very good idea. So I think the Ziggs would make sense here in the middle lane into it, and with the Misfortune already locked in, probably not going to be going into the hands of Honest either.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see what you want to ban. Maybe ban the Leona, so you don't want to play against MF Leona down in the bot lane.
There it is.
There you go. Then you pick top lane here. Pop is a good shout. You can also pick the one. You can pick the Mordekaiser if you want. Massey top lane. I played it some games in solo queue. You go Ignite Ghost or Ignite Flash with Hail of Blades. It's fun. But if you like winning, don't do that. Sion is okay. Has some engage potential. Does like scaling against the Malphite. And now, as said, I mean, he's going to have to push against Malphite early, just with how the champions work. As said, 7 years just gets 3 winning lanes again.
Graves going to be locked in. That's going to be going to Shiara in the jungle, almost certainly. If I'm Sion, I'm feeling pretty good about having an Ashe and a Malzahar on the opposing team to just run down, really. Ashe struggles against champions like Sion. If the Sion can get on top of the Ashe really does struggle to escape, of course. With Sion W, the Soul Furnace being available as well to pop the Malzahar Spell Shield passive, then you can just land in there with the ultimate with any other CC and lock up that Malzahar as well. So just like the Jarvan, also a bit of a soft counter to that Malzahar pick. Braum will be the final pick of the day not of the day, of course. There's at least one more game to go after this, but the final pick of the draft for Hentai Haven, and it will be matched with a Trundle on the other side for Chime Bright.
A Trundle support, it's a pocket pick. It's not full lane, but I really like it for the following reasons. So Ashe, Malza, as you established, Aladar, immobile carries. So the pillar is going to set them off. Also, the pillar against the Malza, it's really easy tool to interrupt that. If you look at the enemy team comp, Braum is a pseudo tank. Like, he's a... I don't know if I can say that word. Let's put it in a more clinical term. Penis blocker? If you know like what I'm trying to... Or genitalia blocker? Let's put it that way.
Penis preventer?
Yeah, maybe. Like he's able to deny a lot of damage with the shield, but in itself, as a support champion, you're obviously not that tanky, relatively speaking. So you kind of have 1.5 tanks on your team with the Braum and the Malphite. And Trundle likes team comps that have only one tank, because you just press your R button and get rid of all the resistances and turn the Malphite into, I don't know what the opposite of a hard rock is. A wet noodle?
Yeah, well, let's see. Hard rock. I mean, soft rock is a thing, so it could just be that. It could be chewing gum, perhaps. It's kind of pretty much the opposite, I would say.
Okay, let's turn the Malphite into a chewing gum. What's your favorite chewing gum, Aladar?
Chewing gum? Oh, God, that's a hell of a question. Probably the Tropical Trident chewing gum, but I've not had it in a very long time. You know the orange one?
Yeah, I know the orange one.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Wait, let me think. I mean, I was in I think it's middle school when all this 5-gum hype was occurring. Or overpriced chewing gum, if you ask me. The taste just goes away so quickly. When I was little, I liked the chewing gum basically on a roll where 1 meter of chewing gum. It didn't taste. Yeah. I mean, it was horrendous, but I loved it. So let's go with that.
I liked doing the cursed thing and taking just a bite out of the side of the wheel as
well. Wait, how do you eat your Kit Kat?
Kit Kat, yeah, you split it in half most of the time. You do eat it finger by finger, but
thank you. There are just some very unsettling ways of eating some food. Like if you want to cutting the cake not symmetrically, very very unsatisfying.
Well, anyway, yeah, just looking at these team comps now as we get back on track, just a little bit here. Just looking at the team comps and nothing else, are you once again giving this game in favor of 7 Deadly Sins if you turn off the nameplates?
Okay, if I look at the team comps, so Malphite comes online in mid-game, so does the Malza and the Ashe, so the blue side team, which is Hentai Haven in this case, have some tools. Braum synergizes very well with the Ashe and the Graves. Although you have Sion, Jarvan, Ziggs, MF, and Trundle. They like to team fight. They can also do that in the mid to late game. I think they also... I'm not sure, actually. Yeah, if they outscale, like the Trundle can turn the Malphite into a chewing gum, as we established. With the Jarvan ult and the Ziggs ult paired up, this is going to be a nuke potential. So it's definitely a better draft from Hentai Haven. I'm not quite sure yet. It comes down to the execution. If they can pull the complex champions in the Malza and the Malphite, if they can do that, then it's gonna be a better game than game 1 where they lost in 25 minutes, and I think it was 19 seconds or something. But in the early game, they have to be a little bit more careful with the Jarvan.
Absolutely, and we'll see whether they are able to be. So now why don't we look at the skins once again? Some interesting, pretty rare skins, actually. Bewitching Misfortune, definitely not one of the most common skins out there. Sugar Rush Ziggs as well. Is that a new one? I'm not even familiar with that.
Yeah, same. I've never seen that Sugar Rush 6.
So
We're already in games. We can't even discuss skin game.
I'm afraid not. We gotta go to the video before we get going. So we'll throw you guys over to that, and we will be right back. I hope you enjoyed that one, and we are back, and I'm back this time. I didn't go disappearing during the video like last time. I'm still here. So, looking at what Hentai Haven are doing here on the opening level, looks like they're looking to pull something just a little bit cheesy here with 4 members down to this bottom lane Tribrush, and Adorkable sitting on her own near the middle lane. Looks like that was maybe an attempted counter-invade for an invade that never came. So everyone's just going to be feeding out back towards their lanes now.
It's going to be nitpicking, okay? But if you want to stack because you fear of an invade, why don't you pair the Brom with the other champions and just stack his passive? Instead, you just put him on a solo mission, which I don't think is good at all. You could do that with the Malphite, because what's he going to do at level 1? He's going to throw a shard and do some damage, okay? But 7 years just want to play calm. No spice. Again, a standard start in the 5 point. And both junglers will start on the blue buffs. Yeah.
Yeah, both going to be starting on opposite sides of the map. Maybe that's a bit of a statement of intent from these junglers. Maybe that means that Shiara's planning on making some moves down towards the bottom side. Of course, with the Ashe and the Braum, you got some good engage if you want to get onto the likes of Chime Bright, who can't escape that easily on the Trundle. So relatively gankable lane if you are Shiara.
Yeah, definitely. So both, okay, Graves is already moving to his Wolves, while Ice is doing his Grom first. He obviously has a faster start because of, like, he just gets a better pull out of bot lane. 2 is more than 1 Aladar, that's simple math. And both are kind of opting, it looks like, for a full clear here. So no early action. Graves is not getting spotted, I think, from the ward at Raptors. And we have some trade in the top side of the map.
Yeah, quite a lot of very active trading going on here between Beeg and Motor Joe, both of them proccing their grasp several times up there, and Motor Joe ultimately getting the better of this particular battle, both in terms of health and in terms of mana, which Beeg is already very, very low on indeed. Motor Joe knows it. Going to go aggressive here. Soul Furnace as well. Will it pop in time? No, it will not. And the Minion Blast, I can't remember what you call that ability, will not land either. But nevertheless, Beeg starting to feel the pain just a little bit on the top side.
I don't fully agree with Beeg starting with the Doran Shield here against the Sound. You should go Corrupting Potion and then, like, just... because it's gonna help with your mana issues, right? Also, what most Malphite players don't know, that there's somewhat of like mana to damage efficiency, while we see like gank in the mid lane.
Azko actually flashing away from that one. That was definitely a lot of respect paid over to 7 Deadly Sins. I'm not sure that flash was 100% necessary, if I'm honest. I don't know how much follow-up damage there could have been. But good reactions, at least, from Azko.
Yeah, I mean, now I want 7 years to time the enemy missing flash, and Isara just return to mid lane when he's 6, or when Ziggs is 6. So Malza has no real escape tool. But what I wanted to say about the Malphite, usually you don't want to use your Q when you only have 1 skill point in it, because it costs so much mana, and like relatively it does not enough damage to justify spending 70, 80 mana or whatever it costs. It's like the mana costs are super high for that. So I would have wished for Beak to go the Corrupting Potion here in this matchup.
Yeah, unfortunately not to be, and as a result, forced well under turret here by Motor Joe. CS advantage already starting to be accrued by the Scion, but not as much as his CSing hasn't exactly been perfect up there. Whenever the camera's been up there, I've been noticing him missing a minion or two. But yeah, Azko, I just want to go back to what I said about Azko's flash. Well, I might have to do that in a bit. As Shiara is just stopping the back for Motor Joe here, maybe looking to get a little bit aggressive on the grids, but there's not really anything that can really be offered here. Just wasting a little bit of both of their time, to be honest. But yeah, Azko with the flash. I will say that I just criticized Azko for flashing there, and we also criticized Azko pretty heavily for not flashing on the Malphite last time when Chimebright came in there with the gank on that Bard. So maybe we should be a bit nicer to Azko is my main outcome here.
Oh, you want to be... Okay, you can be nice. Let's play good cop, bad cop then.
All right, okay. I will relentlessly compliment all of these players on almost everything they do and see how insufferable that gets.
I don't know if we can keep that up, but I mean, yeah, let's see. So bot lane, kind of a snooze fest. I like Honest freezing the wave here. Really good decision. Ice can look for a gank if he wants. Burn some summoner spells. But Hentai even is now looking for a deep ward in the jungle. Not just over the wall, and pop the blast cone.
Yeah, absolutely lovely play from both bottom lanes there. Chimebright and Honest just freezing the wave, forcing Samvete and Adorkable to back off. And when Samvete and Adorkable realized they were in a rough state, they went and got that ward, able to spot out the Jarvan. However, maybe didn't spot him out well enough because Ice Zaro able to get in there and force a flash from Adorkable, who stepped a little bit too far forward, trying to get the proc on the support item there, trying to get that minion kill, but of course doing so in the name of sharing and generosity.
Yeah, definitely. So it's nice. I mean, I don't think they're gonna be able to punish a Braum with no flash. Would prefer if Ice focuses more on the mid lane, but that requires Kraft to not push the lane, which he doesn't really do. So Azko just having a nice time. His flash is almost back up. And I don't know if 7S is gonna be able to punish them. But yeah, another trade in top. The CS diff not looking so promising out of them, if I'm being honest. For Hentai even, like no action going on the map and down in every lane.
Down in every lane, but only just on the bottom side of the map. At least 10 in both of the solo lanes or thereabouts, and it's very even between Shiara and Ice Zaro at the moment. Though on the Graves, you'd probably be hoping to be a little bit ahead rather than just even with that Jarvan. So maybe Shiara not quite farming as efficiently as they would like. As Beak will be able to pick up a fair few minions under turret here, depending on whether he can get it right. However, while that's happening, down on the bottom side of the map, Chimebright and Ice Zaro here to take the first dragon of the game. There is no potential response from anyone on Hentai Haven. Shara's on the top side of the map, and everyone else pretty much is back in base. So that will be a free dragon pickup for 7 Deadly Sins, and that will get them rolling on their Soul Timer, which they were able to use fairly effectively last time, although they did actually lose one of their fights over the dragon.
Yeah. A good pickup, like nice rotation, catching the Mauser going back, so like that, mid lane pressure after bot lane pressure, no answer because Graves was on his blue. I don't know if I predicted that or he just knew. He's just very good at guessing. We have to look at his VR bet skills. I don't know, his coin betting skills. So they get the first mounted. Just as you said, bringing them closer to Soul Point. And unfortunately though, Malza has flashed back up again, so it probably requires Jarvan to do 2 ganks to be able to punish him, while we see Graves now moving up.
Yeah, speaking of ganks, here's Shiara on the top side, but Motor Joe will use the ultimate. And making sure, I guess it's less of an expensive escape than a flash would be. Again, that's another case where I feel like maybe you could be greedy and you could hold on to that ability, because I don't think Motor Joe was going to get taken much lower than that. Maybe just didn't want to lose health. I don't think there was any kill threat there, though, from that gank.
Nah, I don't think so either. But, you know, like, he wants to stay in lane, but then I don't get why he tanks the entire minion wave here and gets low. So he could have just not used the ult, it would have been the same outcome. And Jarvan hovers around the top side of the map. but it's pretty much worth it. So
He's going to sneak into the Rift Herald pit here, though. The Rift Scuttle Crab, of course, was there briefly for Hentai Haven, but it just despawned. And actually, because Isara went into the back of the pit, I don't think they'll have seen the fact that he's starting up, but they might feel confident in the idea that he's not there, even though he is, because of maybe the sort of false flag that was being given by that little Scuttle vision there. But oh no, Beeg did not see this coming. Will use the Unstoppable Onslaught to try and escape, but it's not going to be sufficient. Honest will pick that one up with the bullet time. That's a kill over to the Misfortune.
So since there's at least one more game, Alida, after this one, I hope Hentai Haven is going to learn the lesson, because 2 out of 2 games, 7DS gets the first Drake, and what they do, they just rotate the bot lane up, they get the Herald, they get pressure top, and Beeg is just not respecting that, and therefore he has to burn his ult and still gets killed. And as in the previous game, they spawned the Herald in the mid lane, but Chime...
Yeah, that doesn't feel too good for Chime Bright. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow going wide as well. And while this is happening in the middle lane, a few plates being taken away, although a kill in response as Chime Bright just positioned way too aggressively. Well identified by Azko, just to use the Malzahar ulti there, just to secure that one. But the whole time, Samvete and Adorkable been working on that bottom lane out as well and picking up a couple of plates of their own. Beeg actually feeling himself a little bit against Moto Joe here, getting a little bit more aggressive. Some minions in the back to help him out as well. Ooh, almost got away from the Decimating Smash, but not able to do so. And yeah, I don't think this fight's really going anywhere.
it's a wet noodle fight up there. I don't really agree with the decision of 7DS immediately popping the Herald in mid, because the plates are still on, and usually you want to use the Herald when more plates are being taken off, because the more plates are off the turret, the more resistance it has. So it technically is harder for a champion to take a turret down, but the Herald just doesn't care about that, because she think it's a female.
Yeah.
Deals true damage. So
yes,
and,
but what I would say on top of that real quick is because Kraft, of course, on the Ziggs, will be able to execute that turret pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
the
true.
passive as well. So maybe that was what they were thinking of when they just popped it straight away there in the middle lane.
Yeah, true. I agree. Should have then stacked the minion wave a little bit more, because as you could see, Chambret just getting caught on the turret, with the whole minion wave disappearing because of Malzar's wave clear ability, and now they just gang up on mid again. They want to put the satchel down and get first brick.
Yeah, they just can't quite get to the stage, though. The wave clear from Azko is sufficient. Shiara going to have to try and escape. We'll use the collateral damage, but that will be enough to secure them their life for the time being, but forced away from the Dragon Pit, as the Dragon is now spawning in 20 seconds. Chimebright once again positioning way too aggressively, gonna be focused down and taken out. Azko picking up that kill once again. Isara going aggressive, even though their support has already died. That will be 1 kill. That's the jungler going down for Hentai Haven, but almost Isara gonna follow Beeg, not quite picking it up, and there comes the Scion on top just to make sure that Isara will be able to escape. And now it's just a disengage effort for 7 Deadly Sins as they try and get away. Moto Joe will flash and will escape Samvete. Not sure that was where you wanted to be walking on that Ashe. But after all that, it's only 1 kill apiece. But now, Hentai Haven have the priority over this dragon.
Chimebright getting caught again by the Malza ult. Ziggs paid the Malza attacks already with the QSS. Chimebright hasn't, and she gets punished again. Unfortunately for 7DS, that Honest used his ult previously on just poking down the graves. If he had his ult in that fight, it would have been very crucial in my opinion. But other than that, Hentai was able to fight back. The turret falls down because Ziggs likes to destroy buildings, and they get the first Ocean Drake. So I mean, a good fight from Hentai Haven. Very nice execution.
Absolutely, and I wonder if this is a bit similar to what we saw from them last game, though. They fell behind early in this game. They still have a heavy gold disadvantage, especially with that first turret now being taken on top of it as well. But they were still winning out some of the fights at the beginning, or no, not quite at the beginning of last game, but in the mid game. And now we're just entering the early mid-game here, and it seems like a similar sort of story being told. Last time it was the third dragon they were able to get away from Seven Deadly Sins. This time it's the second, which actually allows them to think about Dragon Soul themselves eventually, and does delay it at the very least for Seven Deadly Sins. Motojo with the level advantage, definitely getting the advantage in these top lane trades. But again, they don't really matter. What matters more is that this turret has been focused really nearly all the way down on the bottom side of the map, and now that turret plating has fallen, it's going to be that much easier to kill.
Yep. So Ash is trying her best to defend that. Malza is walking down, so 7 years has to back off because 6 must catch the wave in middle. I'm not sure what he's moving down now, but normal pressure, all good. Chime Bright is gonna recall, and we can chill a bit. Harold is up in less than a minute. You have 50 seconds, so I expect 7S to recall and rotate up to get the Herald. So basically the same play they did before and in game 1.
Yeah, and seeing as we've got a little bit of a moment, a little bit of a breather here, why don't we take a look at the itemization across the board here. Anything that particularly stands out to you as unusual or weird? We'll talk about that in a moment. Kraft will use the QSS to try and escape from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There's not going to be enough, as of course Azko was in the area, so was Adorkable. The kill does go over to Sambete on the Ash, and that's a pretty good target for that one to go on to. Now Chimebright looking to catch out Beeg here. The Subjugate will be making that Malphite significantly smaller and less tanky than it would otherwise be. Meanwhile, Shiara trying to get the kill onto Honest, can't quite do it, and has to try and escape themselves with the flash. Will evade any further damage, and no one else goes down, but a lot of people come very, very close. Chimebright still going aggressive, but not that aggressive. Chiara will escape.
Nice effort from Hentai, even though trying to deny 70S of taking the Herald, but they were able to fight back, poke down the grave, so you can't really walk up and steal the Herald, while Acer is still on like 3/4 of his HP bar. And that is the second Herald of the game. What I want them to do now is just basically group around Ziggs, Siege, and take down more turrets. Prefer, like, top lane should be the easiest one. MF can hold her own in the mid lane, as long as she doesn't walk into melee range again, as Honest did in game 1 on the Caitlyn. And yeah, just basically like 6, you just want to move him around like a figure in chess or something, and just take down a turret one after one after one after one, and therefore open the map and make it easier for you to take down future Drakes or even Baron Ashes.
And just looking at the vision across the map right now, a lot of vision invested by Seven Deadly Sins on the top side of the map, but nothing at all on the bottom side. That's almost completely dark. In fact, it is completely dark for them. And meanwhile, actually, Hentai Haven with a good amount of an idea of what's going on. Several wards, couple of control wards, and one outside the Dragon Pit as well. And with that Cloud Dragon spawning in 58 seconds, I think that there should be a lot more vision being invested towards the bottom side of the map right now. But neither team seems to be really thinking about the dragon that much. Maybe with one dragon apiece, neither is very concerned about the dragon's soul. We're going to have another little bit of a pause here as one of the players is lagging just a little bit in this game.
Yeah, so a little breather. Now I finally have time to answer your questions a little. So sorry for not doing that earlier. Looking at the items, nothing unusual so far. I mean, Malphite just playing Build-A-Bear here. You can tell him, guys, I'm full build. We can fight. The same does San here. Just grabbing pieces here and there. Ziggs paying the Mauser attacks, as mentioned previously. MF, not yet. She wants to get a core item first before doing that. Chime, you can go for the Night Spell, yeah. Another option would be to go for the Ziggs. It's also a very good pickup for Trundle, then Solari, or whatever you want. Other than that, yeah, very, very standard so far. No sinning going on.
Fair enough. Well, that's a shame, because it's always good fun to point out when there's some sinning going on. Looking at the CS differentials across the board as well, it's all looking pretty healthy for Seven Deadly Sins right now. Everywhere apart from the jungle, where Chiara now has been able to accrue something of a lead over Ice Zarya, which you might expect with those two particular champions. But yeah, in the both solo lanes and in the bottom lane as well, heavy CS advantages starting to form for Seven Deadly Sins.
Yeah, definitely. It's very good. I mean, they have the lane control right now. I'm not sure what they're doing up in top lane. Would prefer them to move down, same as Hentai, and just get your second rig, basically, going on and just get closer to the soul point, because there's nothing really going on in top lane. You can't really catch a turret, in my opinion. Somebody's gonna be there for wave clear, while both top laners who have TP, okay, Malphite is very close to having his TP, are down in the bot where the objective's gonna spawn very soon. Until then, yeah, team's just waiting for the power spikes, I guess. Malza had his first item power spike with the Ludens. Same with the Ziggs. The Ziggs just gets stronger, and Malza just gets more annoying until all the carries have picked up the QSS. Same with the Ashe. She wants to get to Runans. MF, she wants to get to her items, and as said, like Trundle, just focusing with Subjugate on the Malphite, while the Rock himself just wants to yeet down mid lane straight onto the Ziggs and the MF, who have no escape, no real tool besides the Flash Summoner spell to escape the unstoppable force.
Maybe that's why we're not seeing B completing any items, is because he just knows that all the stats are going to be stolen by Chime Bright regardless, so better if he just actually doesn't complete any items after all.
Just don't build any items to
Just
counter.
build full AP, to be honest. That'll completely counter.
Yes,
Chime Bright.
yes. Go Ludens into Liandry's, into Void Staff. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a place for it, especially when you're up against a Misfortune who's not able to really escape very easily from a Malphite in this game. And when your tank stats can be stolen away anyway, just don't build any. But yeah, thinking about the lack of priority being shown towards the dragon that's about to spawn. Of course, Cloud Rift, so going to be Cloud Soul on the line. Maybe some of the teams not too concerned about that relative to the likes of Ocean and Infernal Soul. And yeah, with it being one apiece as well, it's just going to be so long before anyone actually gets to the soul that maybe both teams just don't feel like it's worth investing many resources into that for the time being.
Maybe, yeah, but the other thing is, like, you don't really gain anything being in topside right now. You just, like, they're just playing ping pong. Nobody's really freezing the wave. Nobody's being able to freeze the wave. So you just trade resources back and forth, playing very sportsmanlike, very honorable, giving your opponent the opportunity to get some XP and gold. I bow down to that honor. I don't like it, but I mean, we move Aladar, I guess. Well, technically we don't, because we're stuck in a pause here.
Yes,
So-
we emphatically do not move, in fact. So while the pause is still going, 5 minutes and still going strong, why don't we play a little bit of a game? Let's take a look at some of the champions in this game. I'll take a look at a couple of abilities and see if you can tell me the names of those abilities. And we can try it both ways around as well, if you'd like.
Oh, the name of the abilities. Oh, okay.
Okay. You reckon you got any of these?
I know very few of them.
Okay,
But-
I can try and start a little bit on the easy side here. So let's go for the Zigzalt then. What's the Zigzalt?
The Ziggs ult. Oh god, you think that's easy? I'm not a play-by-play caster. So, well, it makes a big boom in the middle.
Yeah, that's undeniable.
Actually, holy, what's the Ziggs ult called? Can I have a Twitch chat joker here, or is that the leader?
Sure, yeah, you can have a Twitch chat, Joker. I can't see Twitch chat myself, so I can't tell you exactly whether they're being helpful or not. But feel free.
I'm just gonna get trolled basically. The Ziggs ult.
If you want, while you're thinking of it, you can ask me any other ability from any other champion if you want, and I'll see if I can get it. I'm no expert on these sorts of things. I'm nowhere as near as good as a play-by-play should be, if I'm honest. Looks like you're actually ready to get back going, so you might be saved by the bell on this one.
That's the tactic. That's the tactic. Like, you're just stalling and stalling. Basically, what I mean, both teams could do until they hit the power spikes, and that is the smooth transition I have for you. It doesn't get any better than this. 7DS is ready.
Maybe someone else has gone AFK now, so maybe it's not quite so safe for you after all. So yeah, why don't you ask me one of the abilities from the other champions?
What is
unpaused? All right, never mind.
Okay, now
Mega Inferno Bomb, by the way.
Mega Inferno Bomb. Why did I have like Hextech in mind or whatever? This is the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yeah, there it is. Azko going very, very low here. IceZaro keeping him inside the Cataclysm as well, and Azko will go down, falling really quickly. Shiara forced away by Chimebright and Honest as well. Chimebright actually did use the Subjugate onto Shiara there, so that one won't be available to take the tank stats away from Beeg this time around if Beeg decides to get involved in any fight. But with the Rift Herald being summoned in the middle lane and the Pillar of Ice just keeping them that little bit further away from the turret as well, that's going to be a free pickup for 7 Deadly Sins. A nice rotation, a nice pick as well, accruing yet more of an advantage in this game, and all of a sudden now they are on the same side of the map as the Dragon, and they're probably going to take that one as well.
Very nice. Getting a pick on the Malzahar, then just charge, let the Rift Herald charge, get a turret, and then you always can fall back to the Drake. As you said, probably not a very high priority on a Cloud Soul, but I mean, it just gets you closer to the Elder Drake, which in the end, that is the objective you really want. So, nice play from 7DS, and it looks like they're definitely in control of this game. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That is an old ability I know the name of.
It definitely came out. It was definitely used, and that's all I'm going to say about that Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
I mean, I think it just hit Twisted Treeline map. So.
Honest, they're pinging it out 3 times as well, letting everyone know that's what happened there. And now, with the inside track to the middle lane, at least, our Hentai Haven, with the Malzahar minions just tanking up a little bit for that turret as well. They might be able to get some chip damage at least, and probably take down the middle lane outer, which will be nice for them with that Demolish as well. That one will be secured to a little bit of a response here. And now going aggressive onto Chimebright, who might have been caught out. There's the unstoppable onslaught from the Scion, but going all the way through into the backside, and now might be in trouble. Motor Joe, no support around him for the time being. Bullet time comes through, but Beeg straight on top of it. Exactly what you want to see from the Malphite there. Motor Joe with a great decimating smash and a huge Mega Inferno Bomb. IceZaro following up now with the Cataclysm as well. Only 2 have fallen, but the health bars are blinking red for Hentai Haven, and they try their hardest to escape now. Motor Joe trying to go aggressive. Shiara sees the opportunity, but it's not really there. IceZaro on top of the Hentai Haven jungler. Shiara, is that going to be enough to escape? Honest will pick it up in the end with the love tap extra damage as well, and that in the end was 3 kills for 0.
That was good. Like, I was about to say, Hentai Haven, don't overstep, don't overextend, because all the ults are back up for 7 years, and as soon as I wanted to stop, the Sign just charges down and was able to, like, I mean, it looked really bad for Motoja in the beginning. He was in the midst of 5 enemies, but, Sign is kind of tanky. He can just chill, give his teammates some time to catch up. The bullet time was stopped though from Beeg, so really good job on that. But then you still have like the Cataclysm and the Ziggs ult. And the Ziggs ult, like, I think it hit everyone. A lot of damage. And I don't know what Shiara did at the end of the fight. Maybe some tilt, definitely desperation. But
I don't know how valuable that kill would have been even if Shiara had been.
Nothing. I don't think you.
So, yeah, questionable decision perhaps from the Hentai Haven jungler. Maybe the mind not the clearest right now as they are slowly being choked out of this game. It feels like only 3 kills to 6 for the time being. Not the most bloodthirsty game ever. The Hentai Haven's avenues to getting back into this one starting to dwindle just a little bit. And I wonder if Beeg had had a Luden's Echo or something along those lines, ulting on top of Honest as soon as Honest used the bullet time, maybe you're able to pick up the kill on the MF there. Even if you go down yourself, that's fine. You've done your job. I don't know. I'm still standing that.
You just want to see AP nuke Malphite, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's more valuable here, honestly, with the Trundle on the other side. But maybe that's why I'm the play-by-play caster.
I mean, if you're able to nuke the MF and then die, I think it's worth. Other than that, you just won't be able to, like. And Braum can fake check some, like, to the fog of war, but I don't really know. Like, it doesn't. It's okay, I guess. Like playing Malphite here, it just comes down to 7ds being the better players so far in this series, and that's why they won game 1. That's why they're in control of game 2, and yeah, like you don't see them doing any Hail Mary plays so far as Shiara did at the end of the last team fight. Had to even now try to get some vision control over the Baron pit, but I mean they're just solid, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, Isaro nowhere near at the moment. This is already being started up. Good, consistent damage coming through from Sam Bete, of course, and Azuko able to do a fair amount. Shiara only just getting there, but there is quite a lot of damage going down onto this Baron Nashor. They are aware of it. Honest will make it rain, and that will reveal to them exactly what is happening here. There's the teleport coming in as well. Chime Bright's in the area. Isaro not going to be there in time, so the smite should come through. It does just about in the end, but they're all so low with the Mega Inferno Bomb and the bullet time having torn through them. Chime Bright will win that battle between the supports. They're taking down her opposite number, Shiara, and the others all trying to escape on the top side, but Motor Joe is going to find every single one of them unless Big actually managing to escape. They're leaving Sam Bete and Shiara for dead. The Greys will try and escape on the backside, but it will not be possible. Honest picking that one up, and now on a killing spree, 3-0 and 5. 3 more kills for 7 Deadly Sins and a whole lot more map control, although they did lose the Baron Nashor.
I respect the call. It was nice. Sadly, they weren't able to do the Baron quicker. As I recalled, and it takes like approximately 30 seconds from base to get to the Baron area. But the bullet time, very vital, like chunked them down, and then they were just able to catch them. And now 7yes is into position to get the 3rd Drake, and that is 1 dragon away from Soul Point. And there's Enchanted Crystal again. It again goes onto the Twisted Treeline map, so Sam not hitting anyone, unfortunately.
I think that one actually hit the same squirrel in the tree that the last one hit.
Well, imagine
having a bit of a bad day.
Imagine you're a squirrel, and you're just like minding your own business. I don't know what squirrels do, but you know,
Berry things mainly.
And then one arrow hits you, and you're like stunned for eternity, and then okay, what was that? And then another one comes. Like, what is this? This is like we need to call like some animal protection organization, which I don't wanna advertise for any of them. So
Of course. No, I think that's fairly wise. But yeah, one of those would probably do the job, and they'd probably be taking Sam Bete's name and probably trying to confiscate that bow if they had anything to say about it. And honestly, I don't think that would have changed Hentai Haven's game that much, even if Sam Bete didn't have that bow. Or maybe that's a little bit too
that's
harsh.
rude.
Maybe that's a little bit too
That's
harsh. Sam
rude.
Bete 1-1-1, actually not too bad. It was just the joke was there. But no objectives up here on the map at the moment here, as I'm not making myself any friends, I'm sure. What do 7 Deadly Sins do right now? With the Baron up and available, I guess they just try and wait that out, because there's nothing Hentai Haven are doing to put them under pressure.
Yeah, they're almost like it's on Hentai Haven after Baron. Like, they should, like with Baron, you actually want to get some pressure going on, but they're not really able to do that. 7yes so far, they're fine chilling. You just want to freeze the wave in front of your side lane tier 1 turrets and catch the mid wave. Like what they're doing here, like just freeze the wave. You should freeze the wave and not, okay? And then wait for the next Drake to spawn. Just force Hentai Haven to overextend if they really want to get to the creeps. Other than that, like, you don't really have to do anything. Just wait for the Drake, and then get that, get Soul, and Baron afterwards. Elder if you really need it, then you can end the game because you're just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, Kraft with a huge BM play there, by the way, to steal that control ward away from Motor Joe, who had spent so long autoing down the first 3 bits of damage on that ward, and then Kraft just came in and took the last one. Very, very unkind from the Ziggs, and maybe causing some mental issues on the team, who knows? Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though, for 7 Deadly Sins, who have looked every bit as dominant in this game as we would expect from a team that did not lose a single series over the course of the regular season. Only lost 2 individual games.
Okay.
So what do you want to say about that one?
He's just trying to like Borucho got a new keyboard, obviously. He's just trying to test it out, like limit testing, you know. What if the Arky doesn't work?
I think he's got a steering wheel for this one. Unfortunately, it wasn't calibrated right, and he's gone straight into the wall. Shiara now actually going aggressive, but yeah, that's not going to do anything at all to that Scion.
As long as we don't have to red flag the session, then we are fine.
Thank God, yeah, don't want 2 red flags in one game of League of Legends.
That kind of like it's supposed, no? Just have to red flag it because of some issues. Oh, I mean, you know, there's always a connection.
Yeah, the barrier's getting taken. Oh, actually, Motor Joe might be taken a little bit lower than you would want to be here, and that's a whole lot lower than you'd want to be, as he in fact just dies. Sambete picking up that kill on the Ashe. The bow coming in incredibly useful there, and masterful usage of it as well from Sambete, as they secured themselves a kill and a pick onto Motor Joe, who was looking pretty aggressive and maybe just positioning himself a little bit too far forward. Yeah,
definitely. Let's see why. Choice is asking why Joe has a Tiamat. It's the usual build on the Scion, Choice. So nothing unusual going on here. You have to step your Anivia, like, you know, I know your Anivia OTP, but try to learn from Div 4. There are 1 or 2 things you can pick up, Joyce. Oh wait, I should be silent. He's gonna cut, like, I want to get double coins. Yeah, very nice fight, as you pointed out. I'm just moving on to the next point. Just trying to hide the fact that I flamed my stream and the VL owner here. Drake is up in 40 seconds. Death brush here, but Chime.
Well, no. Oh dear, that's not gone well at all. Bullet time as well, as the flag and drag from Ice Zara will mean 2 of them going down in an instant. Oh no, and Beeg tried to stop the bullet time. It wasn't in time. And in fact, it just led to his own death as well. And that has gone catastrophically wrong for Hentai Haven. And that might just be the game right there. It's going to be the Dragon's Soul, at the very least, a Dorkable hanging out in the area, but nothing she can even contemplate doing on that Braum. And that's probably going to be the Baron Nashor as well for 7 Deadly Sins. And meanwhile, Kraft pushing in on the bottom side.
Yeah, that's game. Like, I respect the decision or the attempt of Hentai doing something creative, because you don't win the standard fights anymore, but Vision wins games. Shine Bright just able to spot them out, and then the big boom bump, as I described it earlier, by Ziggs, just able to nuke them into oblivion. And now that's Baron, and that also should be the game.
Yeah. Just taking it slow, doing it by the book here. Dragon's Soul, Baron Nashor. They'll recall. They'll take a couple of camps, maybe. They'll recall, get their items, and get ready to push down the lanes and try and put some pressure on the base of Hentai Haven, which is yet to crack, let's not forget. So there is still a chance for that team, but it's getting slimmer and slimmer. And with that last fight, it's really, really slim indeed now.
So they can just brute force fights, like just push the sidelines, and I think you can actually just tower dive them. You can easily take the turrets down with 6 siege if you want. Then there's nothing Hentai even can do about this. So let's see what they do. They're just trying to pick up as many golden XP as possible before a potential next fight. Shiara farming down on bot. Uneventful, yeah.
Honest going back to base to pick up that rapid fire cannon as well, now that that item has been completed. They're not doing a whole lot with their Baron quite yet, and obviously not feeling the pressure to end this game quite as quickly as the end of the last one. Of course, not going to be able to get as close to that one, as we've already surpassed that mark by around 6 minutes now, more like 7 actually. But yeah, they're just going to slowly close this vice. But they can't be too slow about it, because of course at some point the Baron Nashor will despawn. But yeah, slow and steady does tend to win the race.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe they just wait again for someone from Hentai Haven to overextend, to go into an area where they shouldn't be. And then Shiara's just dashing forward, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting idea there. Wow, that is a big boom indeed. Asko just flashing, just out of sheer panic, really. No real extra threat on top of it, but forced to flash away. Good Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land onto Craft, who will be forced to use the QSS. That's not the end of the world for the Ziggs. Motor Joe on the backside. They just completely forgot about the Scion, who is tearing through them now. Cataclysm comes down, will be forced to remove that one as Adorkable flashes out using the exhaust as well. But 2 inhibitors going down, 2 members going down for Hentai Haven. And it's really only a matter of time. Now, do 7 Deadly Sins go straight for the Nexus turrets? They have no real reason not to. They're going to do it. A little bit of split focus as Isara going aggressive onto Sambete on the top side. He's able to get some decent damage down. But Onyx is able to get more than decent damage down onto Beak, who also used that ultimate. Forced to flash away. Motor Joe not really hitting everything there, but wasn't necessary. The kills picked up Craft, and so is the game for 7 Deadly Sins, who make it 2-0 in the finals here. Will there be anything that Hentai Haven can do to respond?
They have to pick their stuff up. Like, okay, they improved draft in game 2 now. Now it comes down to the execution, because so far, every time Hentai Haven went for a play, 7DS had the proper answer. Maybe like cross the map or Shine Bright, most recently not blindly walking into a bush where 4 or 5 members of Hentai Haven waited for her, dropping wards, used the pillar for scouting, so just like really playing with her brain. And yeah, it looks very hard for Hentai Haven to come back and to reverse sweep the series, but it's not impossible, Aladar.
It's not impossible, and we'll find out just how possible it is in the next game, which will be our 3rd game of this best of 5 series. Will it be the final game or not? You'll have to join us in a few minutes to find out.
I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
All right, hello and welcome back, everybody, to the finals here of Division 4 in the Valence League. This is a best-of-5 series, and there's already 2 wins in the bag for 7 Deadly Sins, who were the hot favorites going into this one, having topped the regular season standings and having absolutely dismantled Vengeance Academy in the semis. Up against them, Hentai Haven, 2-0 down, but showing some signs of life, at least in the first couple of games. They've got a substitute coming through. Shenzhen will now be jungling. Shiara, who was jungling, is going to the middle lane, and Azko will be sitting this one out. My name is Aladar, and alongside me still is Impress.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, as you pointed out very eloquently, convincing semis, convincing finals so far by 7 Deadly Sins. And now Shenzhen is coming into this game 3. He had some IL duties as far as I know. And now you just come back home, you see your team is 0-2 down, and then, okay, boys and girls, it's time for a reverse sweep. I don't know if he's able to pull it off. Shenzhen, somewhat of a sinner jungler, I would say. Elise, Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, some champions like that. But maybe that's exactly what Hentai Haven needs, some more early game power, because so far they just sat back and just waited for 70s to smash them so far.
Interesting to see, as we're now getting into picks and bans, Hentai Haven banning away the Callista, and I don't think we've seen that banned at all so far this series, unless I'm much mistaken. Nautilus was one of the second rotation bans last game, but a different flavor to the opening bans from Hentai Haven, and not so much from 7 Deadly Sins, who will ban the exact same 3 champions, I believe, that they banned away. That's the Ivern ban. Just trying to leave things up, maybe? I'm not really sure.
Those are 2 interesting bans, because Callista, like the Ashe, is still open. Are they just trading Ashe Caitlyn here now then? Or what? And the Ivan ban is... maybe they're up to something. I don't know what's going on in the depths of Division 4 in Valence League. Okay. So it's one of those games, I guess, where they're just troll banning, so just playing for comfort then. Sarah is Adorkabut's main champion, I would say. Victor for Shiara control mage, and we have the Lilia and the Ashe on the other side with paired with Lucian. I like that.
Yeah, you got a lot of magic damage coming through from that Lilia in the jungle, and that allows you to run that Lucian in the middle lane, which can be really, really, really strong. Into the Victor, not exactly sure. Well, it's kind of a bit more of a skill matchup than some of them, perhaps, but you still feel like the Lucian will have the early advantage there. Ashe, of course, being the first lock-in, a very powerful champion right now, although into Zyra, probably not feeling too great for the Ashe and the Lee Sin as well, if that's executed correctly from Shenzhen, who, by the way, first game in the series and straight onto the Lee Sin. That's confidence for you. Shenzhen will be picking that one up, and we'll see if he's able to shut down Honest on that Ashe.
Yeah, also very interesting, because I would say, like, Lee Sin is an early game champion, but Lilia still has the advantage, because, I mean, you can't really burst her, and she just out-kites you. And Lilia is, like, per se, a very annoying champion to play against. Well, all of her movement speed, her damage over time. And yeah, it's I've been told by a production that Hentai Haven is gonna spell out stink with the bans.
It does look to be appearing that way. It's backwards, to be fair.
Yeah, they can't even do that right, Alada.
Yeah, and in fact, stink backwards is still a word. Nit's still a word. So
yeah, it is. I don't know what it means, but it's a word. Yeah, I know.
Well, knits as in knitting things, as in with you knit.
With your wool. Okay. Yeah, true.
So she knits.
I'm not that much of a boomer, though. So apology.
Well, hopefully, this game will be a little bit more exciting than the average knitting session. Senna and Maokai going to be the final bans. I don't believe the side of Seven Deadly Sins are actually spelling anything out, unfortunately.
Not really. I mean, if you want to have a for fun game, I want to, as a Sarah counter, have the MF down in honest hands or chime if you. Okay, never mind. I mean, what is this? Like, I
It's
think
confidence. It's confidence from the side of Hentai Haven. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this one to see what they can do. And sometimes, if this sort of comp gets ahead, it can just run away with it. So maybe that's what they're hoping for here. There's the Malphite. It's been high priority this game, or this series for some reason. And the Malphite will be picked up once again. Probably going to Motor Joe, who likes his tanks up there in the top lane.
Yeah, tank player. So do we get a Yoni then from Antahaven? I mean, I don't know, man. Like, this is a very interesting draft so far. I'm not so sure about the Rakan here, but yeah, Leona. I mean, more engage potential. Ash Leona, very all in lane. If you don't want to get poked forever against Sarah. And it's not gonna be the Yone, it's gonna be another AP champion, which I don't agree. I mean, it's a lane count against the Malphite. Oh, the Volibear. Okay.
So that'll be going top. We got the Yasuo Zyra bottom lane, I suspect. And Lee Sin jungle with Victor in the mid, I think. They're going to be playing around with us for a while on that one. It's a lot easier to talk about Seven Deadly Sins' composition right now, because that's pretty easy. Malphite, Lilia, Lucian, Ash, Leona in that order. Not messing around are the Seven Deadly Sins, the heirs apparent to the championship of Valence League Division 4 here. 1 game away. And with the enemy team going for this team comp, they might be feeling pretty confident about making it 3-0.
Don't they have to? Isn't 20 seconds the last, like the deadline where they have to swap?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I couldn't tell you whether we play with those rules or not here in Valence League. That's definitely the thing for highest tier of professional League of Legends. Will we see a last minute swap coming through here?
No. What?
So that's
volley.
Yeah. Okay. So the Victor top is one thing. Let's talk about that first. Victor into Malphite. Surely Victor's going to be able to bully him a bit.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good pickup for the lane because you can freely scale. On the other hand, Handhaven is red side again, and I mentioned that in game 1. Pushing laners on red side in the top lane, very easy to punish, especially with the Victor. Very immobile champion. The Lily can just walk around, scoop around like through the Tribush. You just gank the Victor, especially when Malphite hits level 6, and he has to be really, really careful. But other than that, I mean, he could just bully the Malphite, poke him down. Should go for more tankier build, Iceborne Gauntlet kind of thing. I don't know if he wants to go build the mask. I don't know. Other than that, Lucian has the kill pressure. Lucian has the lane pressure here. But the Volibear Zyra Aladar.
So, I mean, will who's taking the CS first thing? Could be either, really.
Yeah, could be either.
It's
could be
unclear
no
which
one.
of those will be the support.
Could be no one.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I mean that might be what they're looking to do here. But Volibear, I think the Ashe is going to have a good time, to be honest, unless Zyra can lock up that Ashe. But then you just got the counter engage from Leona. I just don't see a way that the Volibear Zyra can pull it off here. But I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not very well versed on the matters of Volibear and Zyra as a duo in the bottom lane. So maybe they have some kind of hidden synergy that my puny play-by-play brain can't even conceive of.
I mean, I'm just thinking, because the Ashe has a slow build into a kit, so she can kite the Volibear, unless he tries to flash, stun, or ult, or whatever. Obviously, the Sarah can poke them out, but I would have wished that they just put the Sarah in mid and play Yoni bot lane and go for the full YOLO comp.
You reckon we'll see the Lee Sin pathing down to the bot side of the map quite a lot, maybe going aggressive camp on the bottom side, trying to help that Volibear and Zyra out, because Ash Leona slightly vulnerable, perhaps, as a lane matchup. No real escapes from those two.
I can definitely see a level 3 gank down bot from the Lee Sin. Just as you said, help them out. Okay, because the damage is pretty high on your Volibear Zaro duo. So you can kill someone if you're getting to range. But after Lee Sin and Yasuo being 6, I want to see him in mid lane. Just kick the Lucian, and then Yasuo can immediately ult on top of that. And yeah, just snowball from mid lane, I guess. I'm trying to analyze Yalda, but this is this feels like a Saturday late night game where everyone is just very hungover. Everyone just wants to have a little bit of fun in League of Legends.
Fun in League of Legends, no such thing. But the spectator delay has come down now to the very 0. I'm joking, of course. League of Legends, great game. Down to 0 on the
we're still stuck
delay counter, but yet we are not entering the loading screen. So I hope that will be resolved shortly. And unfortunately, that just gives us more time to have to try and make head or tail of these compositions without actually seeing what's going to happen with them. I don't think I have anything to add, to be honest. What else is there to say about what's going on here? Lilia on top of a Victor. Victor's going to struggle to deal with that Lilia if Isara is able to get on top of Beeg. Similar thing for the bottom laners as well. I think Lilia has a good time against most of this composition.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to have a hard time ganking mid. Now we're heading into loading screen. Her top laner and Malphite will get pushed in, but he's just going to have to survive until level 6, and then the Lilia can move up. Maybe the Lucian can roam as well. Bot lane, very gankable. And especially, Volibear runs the TP, Zara runs the heal, which makes sense. Although, wait a minute. Victor has the cleanse.
You gotta wonder why.
It's Victor bot and Volibear top.
Oh, okay. So it's just a role swap. That makes so much more. Well, it makes much more sense. Not so much more because it's still Victor in the bottom lane. But while we try and wait and see with fascination how this one's going to go, we'll throw you over to another video. Just a little intro for this one. What might be the final game of the day. See you in a sec. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we've had an extra, 20 seconds to work out what's going on. Hardly any clearer, to be honest. The teams now, look at this 5-man stack. And to be honest, I could have called that one from Hentai Haven based on their pick ban phase. There's no way they weren't going to do something interesting at the start. B getting caught out by that volley. They're aware that there's at least someone in that bush. And that all fizzles out very disappointingly.
So, it is indeed the Volibear top lane. What I don't like then about this bot, with the Victor and the Zyra, the Leona can just stack them all. She doesn't have to worry about armor that early into the game. Can just run the mercs. Preferably you want to have mixed damage down in bots. So, it just makes it hard, and we see Hentai Haven going for somewhat of a late invade, but
interesting. Seeing what they're going to be able to do here. Chimebright has spotted them out. There's a ward as well. Isaro is aware of it more critically. The Lilia will back away for the time being. The red buff, is there going to be a contest coming through? Chimebright collapsing, Honest there as well. Isaro in the area. Here comes Craft on top of it, and it's going to be taken by Isaro. That could be critical here. Isaro going to be able to escape just about, or will they? Shenzin getting on top, and that will be the first blood over to the Lee Sin. Didn't get the buff, but did get it in the end by taking down the deer. Now, Chimebright is in not the right place at all. Beeg might be going quite low here in the battle with Honest, forced to flash away over the wall. Adorkable still going to look aggressive on towards Chimebright with Shenzin still in the area. Shenzin still yet to kill a single camp. Chiara missing that Q and forced away by the exhaust. And I think that's about it.
What is this game? I mean, I kind of see why you want to do the late invade, because you don't win a standard game of League of Legends, but Yasuo is sticking around for that long. Lucian had 8 CS, and Yasuo wasn't even in mid lane. So a huge XP diff and gold diff. I'm not sure if I really agree with that. I mean, they got the kill, yeah, but they wasted a lot of time.
And summoners as well.
Yeah.
The summoner situation is slightly better, with Kraft, of course, having both of his summoners still available to him on that Lucian, and Honest still having the flash on the Ashe as well. Beeg has that cleanse available, which will be nice when Chime Bright looks a little bit more aggressive, but is it not as good as a flash?
Definitely. We see Kraft just missing a cannon in there. A bit tilting. But other than that, yeah, that was a spicy level 1 Sarah with some poke onto the Ashe. And Lucian able
Shiara
to...
actually turning this one back onto Kraft here. Ignite going down, though. Shiara might have bitten off more than they can chew. Is that going to be the kill? It's the flash for damage. And Kraft picks it up there. And that, I was about to say first blood. It's not first blood. Second blood goes over to Kraft.
Yeah, flash wasn't really necessary because the Ignite would have killed him anyways, but...
Ooh, nice evasion there. And now Shenzhen might be in trouble. In comes Chime Bright. And that's a free kill over to Kraft as well. This is about as bad a start as it could have been ever since that first blood for Hentai Haven. It might even get worse on the top. Or it might actually get better on the top side. Sorry, Motor Joe taken quite low by Sam Vete, but those are pretty wet noodles, so I think they're going to be all right.
Yeah, and now... what's Shime doing?
Still going, hasn't stopped. I mean, that's the unstoppable force, really. Still going up towards the top side of the map. But Motor Joe gets flashed on by Sam Vete and taken down, and now Chime Bright can't go toe-to-toe. 3 levels down. And that's one hell of a turn there for Hentai Haven. Oh no, Isaro, that feels so bad. Shenzhen taking the Scuttle Crab away.
Can we play some normal League of Legends here? Chimebred with the level 2 roam onto a Volibear who is way stronger in early game. You won't ever kill him. She doesn't even have Ignite. Exhaust is on cooldown as well.
Cool.
So I don't see a scenario where this roam would have made any sense. Shiara now.
Shiara going aggressive, and actually Isaro and Kraft respecting the potential of Sam Vete to roam down on that Volibear as well. Kraft going aggressive, dashes in, and that might leave him in trouble. No follow-up, though, for Shenzhen, and Shiara forced to back away.
So they want to get some kills out of it. They want to boost their KDAs or harm their KDAs, depending on what side of the matchup you are.
Straight back at it in the top side with Sam Vete TPing in and immediately going for a trade on top of Motor Joe as well. But that's not going to be troubling the Mecha Malphite.
So, a bit of a breather here, maybe. I don't know if we're allowed to do after that. So for Lucian, already in 2 kills, champion at once. No, we don't have a break.
No breather. Here comes Shenzhen on top of Motor Joe. Malphite going down. Lee Sin picking up that kill. 2 kills in the early game for Shenzhen. That could be pretty powerful in a moment or two. Now Shiara going aggressive onto Kraft. Exhaust going down. Kraft might not be able to escape this time around. Good evasion of the piercing light from Shiara. And it's the return kill in the middle lane. A solo kill each way. And that feels good, especially when you got a cull.
Yeah. If he had his flash, if he hadn't wasted his flash before, he would have been able to turn the fight around. Kind of interesting, though, that Yasuo is able to get the kill here.
Sorry, I thought it was going to be another counter-engage there on the bottom side as 2 of them caught up in Victor's gravity field. But nothing doing in the end. Just some more poke damage from Beeg and Adorkable. But actually, Honest and Chime Bright have been surprisingly healthy throughout this game, considering they're against a Victor Zyra lane, which I thought would be hell on earth to play against, to be honest.
Yeah. Also, Chime going for... Chain Vest earlier, like going for the Ninja Tabbies, I think. I don't really agree.
Yeah, I think there's pretty obvious reasons why not to agree with that one. Very little attack damage in the bottom lane, very little physical damage to compensate for there.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, that's the direction that the Leona is going.
I mean, if you want to have Tabbies because of later on the teamfight, you can just build that later. because now you're just wasting 300 gold
Ooh,
on some
-1.
mighty Victor and Zara auto attacks.
Yeah, we saw just how mighty that one was there as Beeg not able to pick up that caster minion. Very, very sad to see. Shiara actually has the level advantage on Craft now. Ooh, go in. Won't do it. Dragon up. So actually just going to rotate down there. Hentai Haven not looking too bad in this early game, all things considered. And maybe a little bit of spice, a little bit of craziness was exactly what they needed. They tried some spice in game 1, but it was the dullest spice I've ever seen for Mega Tanks and an Ezreal. So yeah, not the best. But this time around, looking a little bit more promising for them in the early game. And they haven't won an early game so far this series.
I think that is actually the first time they've been in a lead this entire series. At least it feels like that. So, wait, the first game went like 25 minutes, the second game went like 35 maybe?
Yeah, thereabouts, yeah.
So, first lead in 68 minutes for Hentai, even if you want to put that in those circumstances. We see Volibear, like Sam just likes to go in.
Yeah, feeling well safe enough to go aggressive. Some good, relatively deep vision down the river as well for Samvete means the Dicera will be spotted out before getting anywhere near the top lane. In theory, at least, of course. A couple of execution errors, I want to say, when it comes to the vision across this series. A couple of times people should have seen people on wards and not actually doing it, but in general, should lead to some safety for Samvete up there. And now Shenzin going aggressive onto Craft. The kick will be used, and there's Shiara following him with the ultimate as well. Craft does go down. Shenzin, third kill of the game for the Lee Sin. But I'm not sure you want all these kills on the Lee Sin, because at a certain point, that champion's going to fall off.
Definitely, yeah, but that's what I wanted Shenzin to do. Lee Sin kick into the Yasuo, and now
He keeps on going. Well, that was...
he tries to.
Oh, Motor Joe. Sky Split's doing an actually quite a significant amount of damage and forcing Motor Joe to flash away on the top side. Adorkable going aggressive, but might regret that one as Chime Bright will... Ooh,
No.
the game is going to be paused. Sorry, some miscommunication. Ready. Okay, well, that's an interesting pause. That has put the brakes on that particular fight, but look at this. Shenzin is right there. Adorkable has flashed away. I don't see any way out of this one for Chime Bright, and honest.
Interesting pause. Yeah, you might be right. If they're able to turn it around, items on the Lee Sin has the jungle item upgraded. First instance, 2 longswords, so you can definitely kill the Ashe. Not so sure about the Leona. She still has flash, but we will see in a couple of seconds.
Game going to be unpaused here, and we'll see what happens next. Looks like Honest is going to be the first target here. In fact, they only managed to get one. Meanwhile, on the top side, Sky Splitter will secure the kill for Samvete, who hardly even takes a modicum of damage with the ultimate, of course. Being able to turn off that turret damage for a while. An easy as you like kill on the top side. Motor Joe not feeling very safe so far this game on the Malphite. 0-3-0.
I think Malphite has lost every game this series, no?
Yeah. And Malphite has lost every game. Yep. We have seen 3 Malphites, 2 of them played by Hentai Haven, and this time played by 7 Deadly Sins. First 2 were defeats. Of course, we've actually seen a different Malphite skin every game as well.
True. Wait, what Malphite skin do we have now?
Mecha.
Yeah, the Mecha. We had Shamrock, right?
Yep. And Coral last game, I believe.
And
that was.
Coral. I'm not sure. I think the Mecha is like obviously the most aesthetic one, but Shamrock.
Yeah, this is pretty aesthetic for any Yasuo fans out there. Shiara picking up the kill, starting to style on them there. Will be put to sleep by the Lilting Lullaby, and that's surely going to be the return kill for Isaro. Shiara trying to escape, but there it is. Isaro picking up with the Surling Strike, so that's a 1-for-1 at least.
So good response from 7 years. Let's get back on track, they say. Let's stop inting. We're 3k gold hand already at 11 minutes, which you don't really want, but...
Let's keep hinting. Never mind. Shenzin picks that one up as the grasping roots were able to grasp onto the ankles of Isazaro's Lilia, and she was taken down.
So I did a pro tip for Honest in Game 1. Here's a pro tip for you guys. Okay, you have it on the wrong button. but if you press your D key, your champion model is able to teleport like a very short distance, and therefore you're able to dodge some skill shots. Maybe skill shots that are threatening your life. For example, the Lee Sin Q.
But that sounds so incredibly powerful that you wouldn't want to ever use it for fear of wasting it, surely.
But the thing is, this cheat, I would basically call it, where you can save your life, comes online every 5 minutes after you use it.
Oh,
Unless,
fascinating. Okay, well, the more you know, I guess. Izaro evidently not aware of that one. The jungler for 7 Deadly Sins died twice so far this game. Shiara going aggressive on the bottom side, looking more comfortable as a middle laner than as a jungler so far this series. On that Yasuo, 2, 2, and 2. Only 16 stacks remaining on the Cull as well. So that Yasuo is only going to get stronger.
Yeah, some nice scaling on the bot side of the map, like Yasuo, Victor, and Tazara. Wow,
okay, Enchanted Crystal Arrow actually does catch on to Adorkable, who's forced to use the stopwatch, but it's only going to be a matter of time now. Izaro picks up that kill. The Watch Out Eep doing a huge amount of damage. Sanvete going aggressive, forcing the defensive ultimate from Moto Joe, and now Sanvete not going to take any damage from the turret, of course, but not able to take the turret down either.
Honest decided to not hit the squirrel in the Twisted True Line map anymore, and see what you can do. You just hit the Sarah, kill her, and still Henthaven got the second Drake. They're still ahead. Volibear is just smashing the Malphite in the top lane. It's really, really brutal. But let's see, we might have an actual game on here, Alada. Game 3 of this best of 5 series.
Yeah, I think we definitely have an actual game on. At the very least, it's 3,000 gold, 3,500 gold advantage for the side of Hentai Haven. 2 dragons in their pocket. There's been no real response. A couple of kills recently for 7 Deadly Sins, but they haven't taken a single objective. They've got 1 turret plate in the whole time, as turret plating is just about to fall. And yeah, it just doesn't feel like they've had any really good response, which is surprising for a team that looks so dominant for so much of this season.
Yeah, I'm just kind of baffled by Chimebright's item choices. She has the swiftness boots, so it's better against the first instance of the Victor gravity field. It's better against the Lee Sin E. And it's better against the Volibear E. But other than that, you don't really get a good effect out of it. Obviously, you get 60 movement speed, but I mean, the Mercs, or if you really want to go down the road, the Ninja Tabis would have been better, I guess. Then she goes for the Glacial Shroud, paired with a no magic mantle. Interesting. Maybe she just wants to be like as last time. I don't know who it was. I forgot it. Just want to be full build, I don't know. Just yeah, I'm full build now. 15 minutes into the game, we can fight, boys. I hit my power spike. It's really,
that's always the way with the supports, right? You always end up with far too many items in your inventory, and you got to remember to leave the space for the control wards as well. TP was used there by Sanvete, just trying to make sure that Beeg was able to escape from a potential turret dive on the bottom side of the map, and now Sanvete actually getting aggressive as well. Level 12 to the level 7 of Chimebright and level 8 of Honest. Honest with very little mana to fight with as well, but with the Ashe, not necessarily that needed, but not very much damage coming through. However, once Isara arrives, the damage will follow as well. Watch out, Eep going down, but Sanvete is so tanky right now. Chimebright just about escapes. Adorkable in the area as well, but the fight will disengage. But that will be yet another turret on the bottom side of the map this time for Hentai Haven. The Rift Herald's not going to do all that much, do a little bit of chip damage to the middle lane turret. But nevertheless, a big win across the map for the red side.
The Volibear is huge, almost able to kill the Leona. It looks really good for Hentai. They make the right plays to make the right decisions, and 70S just kind of stunned.
Oh.
And Kraft just decides, nah, I'm out. No. Apparently some lags here, so he's just gonna relog, restart his client, maybe restart his PC. Depends on if that's really needed. 16 minutes into the game, Alada. 5k gold lead for Hentai Haven. really, really impressive.
Yeah, but so much of that gold lead is, of course, on Shenzhen. 5-1-0 on the Sin.
He's like,
and that's good right now. I mean, it's getting him a lot of damage in this very moment in time. But in 10 minutes, is that going to be where you want those 5 kills?
Not really. Same goes with the Volibear. The Volibear actually is 3k gold up.
Oh.
Shenzhen on the Lee 1.2. The Yasuo is up. That's something you really like, because Yasuo is just gonna scale. But there's this meme, like Yasuo has to hit his 10 death power spike. But it's kind of true though, because like as long as you don't sprint it down, at the time where you hit your 10 deaths, because that takes some time, you hit your item power spikes, and then it doesn't really matter. Yasuo needs like 2 items, and after that he's just becoming a beast.
I guess I should have been playing Yasuo this whole time. I'm really good at that with most other champions, but yeah, it looks like we're about to be getting underway once again. Some potential lag issues for Craft, but they're going to try and play through it for the time being. We may well find another pause following after this one, but we'll have to wait and see. Looking at the summoners across the board, pretty even. A few more having been burned on the side of 7 Deadly Sins. Just yet another thing which makes this slightly worse. Oh, okay. Well, Beeg is also having some troubles now. So this pause will be extended for a little while.
Okay, so another connection issue. I don't know. Beeg is from Germany, so I can feel him. German internet is mediocre at best. Let's put it that way. But other than that, yeah, I mean, Hentai Haven just gets stronger and stronger with the Yasuo, the Victor, and Zara, and it's up on to 7. Yes, to stop that, especially the potential soul points. Hentai Haven is aiming for. They have an Infernal and Ocean Draco. I think it's the Mountain Soul, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So maybe that's going to help them a bit, especially against like double AD threats in Delusion and Dash. So those resistances, especially on the Volibear, might be helpful at the later stage of the game, where Volibear just basically functions as a meat shield. I miss the old Volibear, actually. I don't know.
Miss the old Volibear. I mean, I can't say I really miss the old Volibear. I never played it myself, and as someone who used to play a lot of AD carry, this Volibear feels a bit more kiteable somehow. I don't really know exactly why, but I feel like I have more of a chance against this Volibear, if it gets ahead at least.
Volibear support. It was fun. The flip and the fear, or like the bonus damage when a target was airborne. Just a very simple, like not like a Philios or like the new champion that's coming out, Samira, like where you have to read the whole essay to get through all the ability descriptions. Like Volibear, very simple champion, very simple concept, and still a lot of fun. I like that. I like that in a champion. Keep it simple.
Yeah, we're going once again. I say the new Volibear isn't too.
It's not too complicated. Yeah.
Of course, there's the slight strange interaction with the turrets that maybe those not familiar with Umreka might be a little bit unfamiliar with. But at the end of the day, I think he's relatively easy to understand. So at least they kept that little core essence of him still there.
Yeah. What I spotted though from Sam, like in lane, he tried to start fights or skirmishes with his Q, which you can do that, but it would be better if you like against the Malphite. He's gonna be in melee range anyway, so you want to bite him with his W, and then stun him and put the E onto him, because you get that more bonus damage when you hit your W again, because you deal percentage damage when you bite a target, and Shenzin's almost dying.
They might have caught out Shenzin here, avoids the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and good kick as well will knock up Ice Arrow, preventing any further attack there. Adorkable might be in trouble, but in comes Shiara, 2-man knockup. There's a 2-man ultimate from the Yasuo as well. Will flash away into the Pixel Brush, denying vision just a little bit, but it might not be enough to keep the Yasuo alive. Good Wind Wall will prevent the Leona E there. Zenith Blade is the one. And yeah, actually everyone getting away with their lives in the end. But a flash and an exhaust burn from Chiara and a flash on Shenjin and a Dorkable as well.
I really thought Shenzhen and Chiara are gonna fall there, but good job on escaping, actually. Especially Chiara ulted and then just slide like Tony Hawk style, you know, like through 5 people and just was able to escape. Really impressive. He had to burn both of his summoner spells though, so there's that. Especially when the Drake is up in a few seconds. So let's see how that's gonna work out.
Both teams have reset, ready for this dragon. They're going to get there just a little bit late, but given that both of them are late, neither of them are late, if that makes sense. Some vision has been secured in the area from 7 Deadly Sins, but perhaps not enough. It's going to be contested here by Hentai Haven, who still have the upper hand, of course, in terms of absolute power of their champions right now. They'll definitely be feeling themselves over 7 Deadly Sins. 1 million wards in that dragon pit of all different shapes, sizes, and colors. And Zyra Plant as well. Motor Joe just absolutely slamming himself into the opposing team. Shenjin caught out for a very, very long time there with the Solar Flare as well. But Motor Joe not able to secure the kill and will eventually go down. Chime Bright and Adorkable are having their own fight off on the top side. Sambete will join in, break up the supportful combat, and take down the Leona. And now Craft, Honest, and Isaro. Is there anything they can do? Culling will go on to Sambete, who's going so low, but just about escapes with the help of Shenjin's Safeguard and the wing of the dragon. But Craft goes aggressive, but a great flash away from Sambete. Means that Craft is just going to die. Shenzhen can't really risk going into the Dragon Pit too much. He's very, very low for the time being. Isaro hanging around just outside. The threat isn't gone yet, but Isaro is only at half HP and he's on a ward as well. Honest, hanging out in the area. Isaro thinking, just trying to do something. The volley's going to be the attempt. It's not going to work. And that's the 3rd dragon of the game and soul point for the side of Hentai Haven.
So Motojo thought he has a good engage because he was able to ult 3 people, but he didn't keep in mind that his backline, especially the Ash, wasn't really able to follow. Yeah, like, you know, you ult someone, but like your carries are 2.5 screens away, so it doesn't really matter. And then Chime was also very disjointed from the team in the middle of like 3 enemies. And then I don't know what Kraft thought. I mean, it must be kind of tilting to see 2 enemies escaping with a very low HP ball, but I don't know, like flashing forward and then into like 5 enemies. Very crushable decision making by the 7 years mid laner.
Yeah, and the thing is, Kraft was at full HP before that as well, and with Honest and Isaro in the area, they might have had enough about them to dissuade. I mean, it looked like they had already dissuaded Hentai Haven from going onto that dragon, and that was all they needed to do. Because obviously, with the 2-man disadvantage, they needed to disengage the fight and have everyone reset and go again for the dragon. And that wasn't what they were able to do in the end because Kraft went so aggressive. That gave Hentai Haven the security, this peace of mind they needed to get onto the dragon itself. As Shenjin actually goes aggressive onto Motor Joe. Interesting stuff from the Lee Sin. Did take a significant chunk of the top laner's health bar, but nothing further now. Sam Vete lurking in the wings. You can tell he wants to get this flank off. They're all aware of him. They're going on towards him. They're giving up their middle lane turret for this, though, and there's some split decision-making here. Look at them. They just don't know where to go. They think they can get Sam Vete, but he's playing beautifully on the edges of their ranges. Enchanter Crystallara will go on to Shenzhen, who gets shut down by Honest. Huge shutdown onto the Ash there. 500 extra gold in the pocket. Solar Flare comes down. Chiara taken solo, but will take out Isaro before they fall themselves. Honest picking up a Dorkable on the backside, but here comes Sambete. He's so strong. He's so powerful. And they're all just going to have to try and kite around him with Beak doing damage over the wall, throwing down the gravity field as well. Will the laser be enough to take Honest down? No, it will not. And I think that's all going to be disengaged once again, but it's a 3-for-2 in favor this time of 7 Deadly Sins.
Never count 7 years out. Very nice catch onto Shenzhen, who got super bursted, but looking at his items, that's not really surprising. Although, I don't want to blame him for his item choice. He snowballed an early game. And you don't really want to go Black Cleaver when you see your top laner building that already. So the Dusk played the right choice on paper, but it did hurt him in this very specific scenario where he wasn't able to dodge the enchanted Crystal Arrow, and then just a very nice fight. Craft like obviously 2 people died, but they were able to kill 3 members of Hentai Haven. So I'll take that. I'll take that if I'm 7.
Yeah, and 2 kills onto Honest's Ash as well. One of them a big shutdown. So a lot of extra gold into Ash's back pocket. And I think that's definitely very, very helpful. And another thing we have to consider in that fight, of course, Hentai Haven, even though they lost more people, were able to secure the middle lane outer turret. So they got the advantage in terms of objectives after the fight. But in terms of gold gain during the fight, that is where 7 Deadly Sins had their particular advantage. At the moment, though, Beeg, who you'd want to have quite a lot of power on if you are Hentai Haven, 0-0 and 7. James Bond performance thus far is now actually Sam Vette might be caught out on the top side, but Isara is definitely caught out on the bottom side as well. Does have the Lilting Lullaby, opting not to use it. And I think that was a mistake because Isara taken out in the end by the red buff of Shenjin, who did invest the flash. Meanwhile, Sam Vette over the wall will be able to use the ultimate to escape.
So Joe is just trying to 1-1 down in bot. Shenzhen wins that. He's just way stronger than Ice at this point in the game. On the other side, Sam.
Ooh, here comes the catch though onto Beeg, who gets taken so low, but not quite low enough, and Sam Vette's there to become unstoppable instead, and that is... Oh, Motor Joe must be so unhappy right now.
Very close again. Close.
Just about getting away. Adorkable will stop the recall, but Craft isn't going to go aggressive onto her, and I think nothing more for now.
Yeah. So a tilt again. Craft not able to finish Beak, who killed his James Bond performance now with going 0-0-8. But alright, so Soul Point for Hentai Haven, they're in the better position. Motorcho is waiting in base. Okay, he's not. I thought he would wait and then TP'd, so he got the movement speed buff, and he just decides to TP now.
Ooh, there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Who does it find? It finds Shiara, but that is such a good wind wall. No damage coming through. Shine Bright forced to flash out to safety. Sam Vette just charging them all down. Look at him go. The Mega Chad Volley Bear performance coming through. But however, the fight still going. Shiara picks up a double kill already. Zaro will return that one with the help of Craft. So they get 1 kill back. But look at the priority that they have over the dragon here for Hentai Haven. Are they going to pick it up? Surely they will. Mountain Soul, that will make Sam Vette even more unkillable. Surely they have to try and do something about it. But what is there that they can do? You can throw the Swirl Seed in there, but Isaro didn't even do anything. Just flat out died. Motojo with the 3-man knockup, but who cares? There's no follow-up whatsoever. And everyone is just so tilted at this point. Craft. Oh, you just hate to see it.
So... yeah, Hentai Haven being strong at the point of in the game here, then able to drag the fight out as long as possible. They grouped again for the Mountain Drake, for the Soul Drake, and I mean 7 years. Like Ice had to go for a steal, but it was way too late, and then they still decided to go in after the objective has been taken down, which I don't think is the right choice, and it looks very, very promising for Hentai Haven now. Did they? It's all that they need. They just needed Shenzhen, I guess, to win a game against 7 Deadly Sins. Stellar performance so far. 8-2-4 on the Lee Sin. To be fair, everyone from Hentai Haven is doing a very good job, especially compared to the first 2 matches in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to see them being able to put on such a strong performance with just the 1 change. 2 if you count Shiara going to the middle lane rather than being in the jungle. But this decision to sub in Shenjin has worked out incredibly well for this lineup. Look at them. They've got no vision on the Baron for 7 Deadly Sins. And so they just don't know. And if they do know, they don't think there's anything they can do about it. They're aware now that it's just going to die. And that will be the Baron, as well as the Dragon Soul, and 7 Deadly Sins are starting to roll over and whimper here.
Yeah, so they can do whatever they want at this point in the game. 9k gold ahead, 27 minutes into the game. Just group, get your sidelines pushing, and then just take down turrets, and you should be able to win every 5v5 team fight. This is what you want to do. Nothing really complicated.
Yeah, I mean, Motor Joe was in the bottom lane shoving in a wave, but wasn't able to put enough pressure to take down that bottom lane outer turret. And because he wasn't there, his team had no hope to defend the middle lane inner. So that's a free turret going over to Hentai Haven on top of the free Baron Nashor. And do Seven Deadly Sins have any fight left in them in this game?
Yeah, let's see. They have to go for a Hail Mary play, but even then, I don't think they'll be able to win it. Maybe again with the Ash Arrow though, and then the culling, the illusion. I mean, it was very close before, multiple times. But that's the only thing that they can really hope for. Chime is waiting in the bush here, while Yasu is just pushing down bot lane, which is the right play. They're splitting up the map. Really nice macro from Hentai Haven here in this finals.
Yeah, and if you're Seven Deadly Sins, you feel so helpless in this scenario. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Beeg, but that's the one with the cleanse. And now, going deep is the rest of the team comp. They will be able to take down Beeg. The Watch Out Eat will be the thing that secures it in the end. Shenzin, though, will be able to return that kill. And now Samvete is in the area, and that always means that the fight is going to go in favor of Hentai Haven if he has anything to say about it. Look at the huge amount of damage from Shenzin onto Honest and onto Kraft as well, who deceases. And meanwhile, the whole time, Shiara working away on the inhibitor turret. The inhibitor itself, Samvete TPing down to help secure it as well. Shenzin will stop the back for Honest. That's the Ash going down. It's only Chime Bright left. And the Windwall blocks his Zenith Blade just to add insult to injury. Second Zenith Blade coming through, delaying Samvete just a little bit. But it's not going to make the difference here. The inhibitor turret going down in the top lane. The Nexus turret's going down in the very middle of the map. Motor Joe desperately trying to defend. Some split focus here from Hentai Haven. Might be giving Seven Deadly Sins just the slightest opportunity to come back into the Swell Seed. Does land. Ice Arrow does have the Lilting Lullaby available, but doesn't use it. And now, because of that fact, it's going to be the Nexus falling here, unless Shiara just trying to go aggressive. Samvete trying to end the game alongside a Dorkable, whose final auto will take down the Nexus. And that is what a response from Hentai Haven, 2-1 in the series when we thought they were down and out.
Yeah, I thought it's done, it's sealed, but the substitution of Shenzin just brought life back into Hentai Haven. I'm not gonna say the word. I don't want to change the Elder. So what if we just take a deep breath, go into a break, then come back, and then maybe we have more games in this evening. Who knows?
Well, we'll have at least one more, I can tell you that. But yeah, deep breath. All right, everybody. We're going to a break now. Enjoy yourselves. Get yourselves something nice while we're gone. See you in a second. All right, hello and welcome back for the fourth time today for Game 4 of the Valence League Division 4 finals here. The best of 5, which we thought might end up being just 3 games, has proved to be at least 4, as Hentai Haven were able to battle back in Game 3 with the substitution of Shenzin into the jungle, switching Shiara to the middle lane, and going a bit for fun with the draft. It's all worked out very, very well for them indeed. My name is Aladar, and alongside me again is Impress.
All praise the stink bands, Aladar. All hail them, man. That is the true power of Hentai Haven, troll banning. It's like a mental game. Everyone can beat you in a standard game of League of Legends, but if you intentionally troll and are still able to win the game, that must be very, very demoralizing for the enemy team. So, and there's a history of 70s choking in finals. There were 2-0 up in the previous ones, like last split, and they got reverse swept. I'm not saying this is going to happen now. I'm just saying there is evidence of a possibility. I'm just gonna say that and nothing more. We are in champ select already. 70s chose red side, and therefore, what's Hentai Haven gonna ban first? Let's see. There's Sacrum, standard ban. One of the strongest jungler at the moment, and I can see some Ashe Kate trading. Maybe Honest is tired of an Ashe game, so maybe he's gonna pick up the Caitlyn. The Nasus Beak did some real good work, as mentioned previously in game 1. He was like the last straw. Didn't really work out. Oh, the Malphite. We don't see him. 0% win rate. Malphite gets banned.
this is so sad. I wanted to see a 4th skin. Glacial maybe. You'll never see it now. This is gutting. Vigar going to be banned away. 100% ban rate, I believe. Morgana also going to be gone. I'm not sure what you can spell when the last 3 letters are MMH. I'm not sure that they're going for their spelling strategy this time around, which is a shame. Ezreal going to be banned away. He's been banned a fair amount recently as well.
So we just trade ADCs here? Apparently. Maybe. Ashe, Caitlyn. MF is up for Honest. Senna's up also for Sam. A lot of options here. And this is... Okay. That is ballsy.
Yeah, the Zyra. Adorkable looked good on the Zyra last game, but I didn't feel like that was the thing that won the game for Hentai Haven. So it's interesting they're putting so much stock in it and feeling confident enough to blind pick it as well. Are we going to see the Bard response here from Chime Bright? We saw that in game 1. Looked okay. A couple of whiffed ultimates, but not the end of the world. Going to be the Caitlyn locked in instead, and I think that's the right decision.
Interesting. I also could have seen the MF. MF on paper really good into Sarah because you can one-shot the plants. Caitlyn obviously with the range advantage. Fine option. One of the better ADs out there. And, okay, River Shen, top lane Shen. I don't think it's a support Shen. Also, mid lane Shen is a thing in some matchups, in some melee matchups, but we're not going down that path. Yeah. So far, I've tried to analyze Hentai Haven's draft in every game, and I've failed miserably. And I'll probably do it again because they just now blind pick Lux for, I don't know, whatever reason.
Is that the Zyra bot lane?
Zyra Lux bot lane. They should pick up AD now, I think.
Oh, well, there you go.
I mean, the chase does good into the Shen if you really want to win lane, and that helped. Like, having some early game on top side of the map helped Hentai Haven secure the last win. But I'm not really sure, because you can still, like, the Shen can still be flexed, and then, like, you just counterpick the Jace.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Isara does play the River Shen. Joe obviously does play it on the top side as well. Isara going to be going to the Jarvan, though. So that means that Shen's almost certainly going towards the top lane. We did see, actually, in the semi-finals, that 7DS won so convincingly. Their opponents, Vengeance Academy, brought out the Shen support in game one, and it got absolutely dominated by Chime Bright's Morgana in that one. So don't know if they were terribly impressed by that, so I doubt they'll be picking it up themselves.
I'm surprised. I would have picked support because, like, you know, enemy support already, so you don't really count, like, blind pick it and still keep the Shen flex going. So I'm not really sure. Because you could then, okay, imagine, instead of the Jarvan, you pick support here. So, I don't know, if you want to go ham, you pick the Nautilus, the Alistair, the Leona, whatever. There's also the possibility of a bot. And then you ban out mid laners. Then you, not mid laners, sorry. Then you ban out junglers, whatever Shen's in place, like Elise or Lee. And then as R4, you pick the mid lane because you see the Lux on the enemy team. So if you can, you still follow me? All good? And then you don't really blind pick. And then as R5, as the ultimate counter pick, because Hentai even have to reveal their hands, you just decide where the Shen is going to go. So either it's top lane, and you just take the losing matchup, but you get the favorable jungle matchup, or you play River Shen and then play something like, I don't know, Maokai is banned, but whatever, like Yorick or Modojo, whatever Modojo plays, like something that weakens Chase as a champion and doesn't let him snowball. So I would have loved that, but, well, it's real, it's the 4. I'm theory crafting for whatever reason, and here we are.
I mean, Bard lock-in, that would make sense. Chime Bright can be picking that one up. Very insightful stuff. However, I am going to bring your attention to the more important fact, which is that they did spell something. They spelled H-M-M-M-M. So just thinking about what they want to ban this game.
That's what I thought about that draft.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've been thinking about their drafts quite a lot thus far. Timo? Probably not. Mordekaiser, I was about to say probably not, but yep, no Mordekaiser. So Zyra, Lux, and Mordekaiser. Everything on the Jace here if they lock in this Amumu.
Oh, I like the Amumu, however, because this is the champion, and I'm going to give a shout out to my boy Connor Hodgson here, the best jungler that ever stepped into the VR realm, and they actually picked the Amumu. Oh, I love it. Okay. Back it up, boys. Let's move to Game 5, Silver Scrapes, because Hentai is going to win that.
All right. Well, that's an interesting one. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of whoever is going to be this Jace. I don't think there's any way we can actually tell at the moment who that's going to be. Zoe be an interesting final lock-in. Craft does play that one quite a lot, and it was banned out game 1. Will be picked up this time around and going to the middle lane. Once again, 7DS with a team comp that we could tell you exactly where everyone's going, and Hentai Haven with the complete opposite.
Okay, so, I mean, I said it jokingly, but jokes aside, Hentai Haven's draft is utterly disgusting. It's so bad. Obviously, you look at the Amumu passive. Okay, magic damage. I mean, that gets increased. You know, it's a magic damage buff, so let's pick AP champions. But then you have the Zyra, you have the Mordekaiser, you have the Amumu itself, and you have the Lux, which is, to put it in one word, it's overkill.
Yeah.
Then you pair with the Jace, who is only relevant damage-wise from minute 1 to minute 18, 22 maybe? Because after that, he just falls off a cliff. So I want Chime to go more of a tank bot here in the scenario. The Shen can just stack MR, the Jarvan should go tank, and then you have Zoe and Caitlyn. 1 AP, 180, damage source, good draft, well mixed up, and then you just win the game by default. It looks like it's gonna be Mordekaiser's Sarah bot lane. I don't know. Maybe Sam goes top. Yeah, maybe Sam goes top.
Yeah. I think that's what we're seeing again. So I don't know why they keep lining up with Beeg in the top lane and Sam in AD carry. AD carry bot. When that's evidently not what they're planning on doing. So I don't know why they're lining up that way. But nevertheless, that will almost certainly be Beeg on the Lux in the bot lane alongside Adorkable Zyra. Once again, the double AP, double poke threat on the bottom side. This time, though, Caitlyn and Bard, they're up against rather than the Ashe Leona. And Caitlyn and Bard, you got to feel could go more toe-to-toe in terms of poke. And maybe even get the better of Lux and Zyra here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Caitlyn also can just chill while Bard and Jarvan's gonna terrorize Mumu in the jungle. Shenzhen not going for a Sinner pick here, not going for a Lee, not going for a Elise. More teamfight orientated champion with the sad mummy. But I really hate the draft. I really, really hate it.
But consider this. Amumu
sorry, Alda. I have to interrupt you. Because our our Lord and Savior, the greatest man alive, the best jungler in VL, Hodgson is in chat, and I'll have to give him a shout out.
Fair enough. Well, welcome. And was that the contents of the shout out? Just the word shout out, or is there anything else you want to say?
I mean, no words can describe the greatness of C. Hodgson.
I got it. Okay.
No single word. I cannot describe him. I cannot describe his gameplay. It's just pure beauty.
All right. Well, glad to hear it. Unfortunately, I cannot have Twitch chat open myself, so I'm not going to be able to witness the pure beauty, brilliance, radiance of this individual. But so what I was going to say, consider this. You may say that team comp is bad, but Amumu's circle might be the same size as Zyra's circle, or at least it's quite close.
It's quite close.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Okay. That's your point. Okay. What if, though, Jarvan's circle and Bard's circle are somewhat close?
Fascinating. And Bard's circle makes people stand still, and Caitlyn's circles are pretty good when you have people standing still.
Yes.
Same for Zoe as well, actually.
Same as Zoe.
This has given me much to think about.
So, what circle is superior? And find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Skin game really quick before we head into the game, Alada. Standard skins for both Lux and Amumu. Lux going for the cleanse. What do you want to cleanse? The Caitlyn traps or the Bard stun, maybe? Interesting.
As we're going to have to go to the video once again, as we once again don't have enough time to consider the skins because we're just so good at loading. So yeah, see you guys in a few seconds. All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that video once again. And look at this. Not only was the draft a little bit special from Hentai Haven, but the level 1 seems to be a little bit special as well. I've said that about them twice already this series, and neither time has anything happened. Well, apart from the delayed invade last time. The initial invade wasn't great. The delayed invade was, though, and there is the initial engage. The flash from Shenzhen, forcing the flash out of Honest as well. Chime Bright will disengage any further attempts with the double Cosmic Binding. But the Amumu flash for the Caitlyn flash, that's probably worth.
Actually not sure. Actually not sure, because Amumu now has to start with his Q. It's gonna hurt his clear a bit. And if Shenzhen is not able to punish Caitlyn, then he just falls more and more behind against the Jarvan. And see how this plays out. Yeah, it's Mordekai's on top, Lux and Sarah, as we said, down in the bottom lane. Chime Bright went for the... I like that, for the Omnistone. A very spicy choice.
Yeah,
big respect.
Yeah, and Chime Bright definitely just mixing it up a little bit on the side of Seven Deadly Sins as well. Maybe they felt that their draft was too boring and therefore they need to do something interesting. And the Omnistone, definitely interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see how this 4 AP comp... Now, because, like in game 1, we criticized them for not having any damage, and now we're criticizing them for having...
Uh-oh, this is Chime Bright in a lot of trouble. Shenzhen already on top, doesn't have the flash to continue the auto attacks from the Amumu, but that will get yet another flash on the bottom side of the map. Nice adaptation there for Shenzhen.
Yeah, very good. A bit of a sinner gank going off immediately after red buff down to the bot lane. And wait, he doesn't clear any camps. He just...
Oh, he's going straight for the middle lane as well. No flash, no problem. On to Kraft, and there's another flash. This man is taking flashes and taking names as well. However, Chiara might be stepping a little bit too far forward just because she has no flash. She's still a champion. The Ignite did go down. And now on the bottom side, there's further trading going on. Honest and Chimebright getting the better of that one.
Very interesting jungle road here. Shenzhen is...
He's going again. Look at him. Look at him up towards the middle lane.
What are you doing?
He's been pinged out. He's only done one camp. He's probably done a minion in the middle lane there. I don't think Chiara will be too happy about that. So that's, well, yeah. You make your own minds up about that one. 3 flashes, but 0 farm almost.
Oh.
Chiara's been ignited yet again. This time, going to survive with a little bit more health than last time, but still under a lot of pressure there in the middle lane.
And now, I mean, Azara should be sitting... Oh, no.
Oh, that drowsy lands. Is that going to be enough? Shenzin's in trouble, though. Isazaro on top of the Amumu, who has no flash, let's not forget. Isazaro will steal away the blue buff. It gets worse and worse for Shenjin. Sambete might be able to secure the life of his jungler for now, but here comes Motor Joe. First blood going over to Kraft in the end. The Zoe. Oh, now Sambete, who was only trying to help, gets taken down as well. Motor Joe flashes, unclear why. Sambete pings it out. But yeah, that's not gone terribly well for Hentai Haven.
Did Shenzhen just used all his jungle skills in game 3 and forgot how to play League of Legends here? The man did this red buff, ganked bot lane, didn't do a single camp because he then immediately went into mid. I mean, he's blew 2 summoners belts, but like, he's level 2 while Ice is level 4.
Yeah, this is going to be a really rough remainder of the early game here for Shenzhen, and it's probably going to continue into the middle game as well. Look, he's under so much pressure from Izaro, going so aggressive. Chimebright able to follow, of course, on the Bard and Kraft over the wall. Chiara going to be ignited for the 3rd time this game. And that's going to be the kill this time around. Kraft 2-0 and 1 on the Zoe. And that's a very sad mummy indeed.
Shenzhen is still level 2.
I mean, the champion cries, and I think maybe so does the player. In this case.
But wait, I've picked a new term up tonight, earlier tonight. Aladan, I promised to use it. It's called picnic.
Picnic. Okay.
Yeah, picnic. It's problem in chair, not in champion or not in computer.
I see. Okay, all right. There might be a lot of problems going on for Chiara once again, or Chiara, I should say. However, it's going to be Shenjin coming in with the longest bandage I've ever seen, picking up the kill onto Isazaro. So there you go. That feels a little better for the Amumu.
Yeah, a little bit better, but I don't know if it's enough to heal his wound.
I mean, I feel like what's been happening here is maybe 7DS realized how much they were absolutely just dominating Shenjin and putting him behind. And then they just thought, we need to keep doing this. We need to do it every opportunity. They contested the Raptors. They contested the Krugs. And maybe they just bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Got a little bit too tunneled on the idea of putting the Amumu behind.
Yeah.
And maybe that's come back to bite them just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the reasoning behind that, and it makes absolutely sense. Especially when here for pushing bots, and amid that, like the Zoe is so fast. 2-0 and 1. The chasers for what are Chiara and Shenzhen doing? Who has the lowest CS after 10 minutes, or what is this kind of internal battle?
It's incredibly impressive that Chiara has lower CS than Shenjin, to be honest. I know he's got a big wave under turret, he's going to go above him. But to have at any point in this game less CS than that Amumu is impressive and not in a good way.
It's not in a good way, definitely. So, meanwhile on top, Mordekaiser doing Mordekaiser things, dominating the matchup, 10 CS advantage. In the bot lane, yeah, we expected that. So far, I like that Chime is going for the Athenes here.
Ooh, Beak taking quite a lot of damage there from the Piltover Peacemaker. In comes Chimebright on the backside, forcing the flash already, but the wall is right there. Oh, so close, Honest, with the second Peacemaker. Not able to reach it and actually flashed in for that one. So maybe that doesn't feel quite so bad for the bottom lane of Hentai Haven, but they definitely got a taste of what could happen to them if they overstep their mark.
I mean, in the end, they forced 2 summoner spells out of Beak. They forced him off lane, so he loses a lot of XP, a lot of gold. That's a worth trade. Like, the Caitlyn just wants to get to item spikes. I mean, obviously, it would have been better to get the kill, but I mean, you can't have everything in life, however. That's a lesson.
That's true. And sometimes you can't have anything in life, as Shenjun found out in the very early stages of this game. Chiara taking almost half of their health bar to Craft, who's going toe-to-toe. Ignite going down yet again.
4th time.
Ace.
And a redemption.
Hot and bothered. Redemption on top of it. And the kill as well. Craft styling on him in the middle lane.
Is it him or is it the RNG?
Well, I mean, I don't know. That was his own Ignite, to be fair. Maybe a bit of RNG with the old redemption there, but I'm not sure that was necessary in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you still need to capitalize that. Right? Fair play to him. Yeah. If that's how Zoe works, then just abuse it.
Speaking of abusing, that's a lot of damage onto Adorkable, who flashes away on that Zyra Beeg, trying to help the support escape, but might throw their own life away as consequence. However, the trade does come through. Chiara picking up a kill onto Ice Zaro, who seems to have been the sacrificial lamb a couple of times here for their team. But nevertheless, still going heavily in favor of 7 Deadly Sins this game.
Yeah, and they can get some plates. In the meantime, Jensen, I think, is just happy to have some alone time, to have some me time with the blue buff, and he immediately moves onto the Herald because he knows nobody should be around there, which is then a free objective for Hentai.
No trap. Okay, Honest wasn't able to put down the trap onto Chiara, where a lot more damage might have come through. But Chiara, with that Ruby Crystal and the 2 Doran's Blades, got a fair amount of health at least, so not going too low there.
So, let's look at the state of the game real quick. 7 yes, really far ahead, not even 10 minutes. And already 2k. That was a picked up flash from Zoe.
Nah, yeah, indeed. I was more ooping about the rather wide, sleepy trouble bubble there, and a lot of damage as well.
So Zoe is just ruling mid. The bot lane is also ahead. I'm not sure what Hentai Haven can do. I mean, if they find a proper fight with their Mumu, the Zyra, and the Lux ult, maybe that. Still some wombo combo potential, but yeah, I like look at Motojo's items: Spectacle, Null, Magic Mantle. I was just stacking them all, which I really like. I would recommend that to every 7 yes member if they want to win the game, if they want to become Division 4 champions of Balance League in the summer split of 2020. How almighty does that? I mean.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's looking good for them so far this game. Shenjin, hanging out in the top lane, does have the Rift Herald to be able to pop that down, and that will take a few more plates off of that top lane outer turret. Ice Zara hanging around in the area, though Motojo might look to turn this around if they try and dive. A lot of damage going down to Honest on the bottom side as well. The Rift Herald does secure a couple plates, but does get taken down thereafter. Motojo still comfortable under that turret with the help of their jungler. Chiara roaming up, though, acing the whole use just for some poke damage from Honest, as we saw quite a few times so far this game. 3v2 and the dive, and interestingly, Isara and Motojo don't fancy it, even though they've got quite a lot of CC available to them. The smite is up, both flashes are up as well. If I was them, I'd be thinking, we can probably hold on to this.
Yeah, especially, I think the Zoe could have moved up. So, interesting choice there. This is Caitlyn, just get zone Honest, deny some XP, some gold if you freeze the wave, but it rather crashes. Oh, you just hit your skill shots.
Cleanse just about comes through a little bit late there, but here comes the Stand United as well. Motojo flash and straight on to Beeg, who cleanses themselves. Trying to get away now. Tempered Fate not really getting close to landing there. That was about max range from Chime Bright, who's now hanging about in the area. Adorkable and Beeg aren't out yet because there's the Predator coming through. I believe that's from Chime Bright on the stone. But they are going to be able to escape. Isaro not going to go too deep this time. We've seen that twice so far from the Jarvan. Not a third. Oh, hold on. Chime Bright. Oh no! Caught out there by the Amumu ultimate just as he tried to enter the passage there and might just escape. Will do, but not the long. Shock Blast comes through from Shiara. And Chime Bright is taken down. Nothing she could do in the end.
It's really surprising that Zoe absolutely bodies the chase in the mid lane, but Shiara is still finding these roams in the top lane, now bot again, while Kraft is just sitting in mid, chilling, scratching maybe his balls, and just like he's not even getting the mid lane turret.
I mean, yeah, he scratched that at least a little bit. It's down to one plate, so 4 plates in the pocket of the Zoe. Scaling for a bit later, very, very strong, but when you're the strongest person on the map, you probably want to be involved with any of the goings-on, and at the moment, that's not been the case for Kraft.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you want to transition your lead into other lanes and help your teammates, otherwise you're kind of like a sitting duck, and your lead doesn't do much. Now the Drake spawns. This is an opportunity for Kraft to show how far he is ahead. It's actually 1.5k gold, so that is basically the whole gold lead.
Oh, I've seen this one before. Chime Bright caught out outside the Dragon Pit and taken down for free. However, because they were so focused on taking down Chime Bright, the rest of 7 Deadly Sins were able to pick up the dragon on the back. Oh no, sorry, I thought they were able to pick up the dragon on the back, but they've not done it yet. Actually, final spark coming through. Taking it away, Beeg, take a bow. However, the Ignite will tick down a Dorkable on the backside. So that is a kill for Craft. Motor Joe just about gets the shield in time and is able to turn that one around onto Samvete. Now Shiara going aggressive onto Craft. Both flashes used. And now a spare flash as well for Craft, but no mana. And the Zoe will back away.
So Sam, really desperate dive there onto the top lane. And I don't know why Ice didn't have a smite up. Like, as a jungler with some brain cells, you should be able to time your smite with the Drake when it spawns. You shouldn't smite enemy. Like, that's a rookie mistake. Like, when a fight breaks out, you're so tempted to use your chilling smite or your challenging smite onto an enemy champion because you think, oh, it's going to make such a big impact. And then afterwards, you don't have to smite for the actual objective. So I don't know what Ice did there, that he didn't have his smite up, but it really hurt him because they just gave a free Drake away.
Yeah, and I mean, there's Ace in the Hole coming through there. And actually, this might be a little bit of trouble now for Samvete. We'll use the Death Realm onto Kraft. But if I'm picking a 1v1 against either of these people, I'm picking it against Motor Joe, not the Zoe. Kraft able to get away over the wall. Will go down in the end. Samvete getting the big shutdown. But Motor Joe and Chime Bright here are there to respond. And that'll be a 1-for-1 in the end. Good stuff in the end from Samvete to be able to force 3 people top and to pick up the kill, making it 1-for-1. Now Motor Joe caught out by Shenzin. Shiara as well, and that's another shutdown going over. So Hentai Haven definitely with some life left in them. Beeg tanking a lot of turret shots there. Cataclysm comes through. Isaro picks up that kill. Tanglethorns will be there to try and delay the advance. But here comes Chime Bright, who was just now participating in a fight on the top side. All of a sudden, she's here on the bot side. Just the power of the Bard, and Isaro gets 2 kills in the bottom lane.
So much action going on, Alada, on both sides of the map. Good from Sam that he was able to get a kill before he got shot down. And then on the bot lane, Beak, I don't know, kind of AFK maybe a bit.
Sad mummy time, I think. Drowsy comes through. Here comes Kraft. A lot of damage from the Paddle Star. Will there be enough follow-up damage on top of it? Surely it's going to be up yet again. There it is. Kraft will pick up the kill on Shenzin. Stuck around in that jungle after getting the kill topside to take a few camps away and has paid the price.
We don't get a break, do we? So much action. Actually, I love it. Like, why not? It's grand finals. Everything is on the line. So you should try. And then we see a Luxult almost killing Chime again. Now Ice is on the Herald. I mean, yeah. Like, give me some action. Give me some late night action here in Real.
Yeah, we had a couple of games where they've been slightly slow burns at the very start by perhaps Division 4 standards, but this one has been all thrills and spills so far this game. Motor Joe going aggressive onto Sam Vete, but it looks like there's a lot more interesting stuff going on the top side of the map. Directed cam does bring us there. That Zyra is asleep, I should say. Adorkable ace in the hole coming through will take her down now. Ice Zaro living just for as long as they can to try and lock up Shenjin and Beeg. Here comes the Stand United as well. Motor Joe into the fight. Shiara's way too deep. Will be taken down by Croft. Surely, actually, maybe not. Croft over the wall with the Ignite and the auto. Takes down their opposite number in the middle lane. 6, 1, and 4 on that Zoe. That is a lot of power coming out of one very little girl.
In the meantime, Sam just decides, I don't want to be part of this. I've had enough fighting.
This is a close duel, actually. Hold on. Whoa, okay, just about. Oh, there we go. There's the execute going down.
Did you have W, or just maybe just wanted to have a faster recall?
I mean, yeah, I guess so. At this point, though, with over a 30-second death timer, I'm not sure that one's 100% worth. Tangled Thorns will force Motor Joe away and clear the wave as well, but the Shen will just get out with the skin of his teeth. Has picked up his own head in his inventory now, which would have helped him get away from that one.
Yeah. So Drake is soon to spawn. Another 25 seconds. Everyone trying to scrap a little bit of vision here. It's really dark on the map if you look at the dragon area. And
Shine Bright outside the dragon pit, getting caught out, but it's only a bait this time. Ice Zaro going aggressive, but rooted up. Will have to back away just a little bit. So some early trading going down before this dragon, taking some people low. Shiara the lowest of all, but Shine Bright and Ice Zaro have significant chunks taken out of their health bars as well. Shiara should be able to get that red buff. Nope. Shenjin decides that's a Mumu that needs that red buff for whatever reason. And yeah, that's going to be not a whole lot going on right now. Cosmic Binding does land, and there is the ultimate used by Chime Bright as well. That Mumu is going to be put straight to sleep, but he goes in just before going to sleep and not able to get the ultimate down. Will use the Bard Portal to get back out of there. And that was a confusing series of events that I struggled very hard to work out what was going on, and I didn't struggle to work out what was going on there. That's Adorkable going down, taken out by Kraft, who has so much burst damage, and now the Hextech Proto Belt will allow the Zoe to escape. 1 kill, and look in the middle lane, by the way. Look at that. That was a Rift Herald that was charging all the way to the inhibitor turret. And the Dragon is being started up surely now by the side of Hentai Haven, and they will get a shutdown with the Shock Blast onto Kraft, and that will secure them. The Dragon, 2 in their pocket. They're getting slightly towards Soul, but it's 19 minutes, and there's only 2 Dragons, so it's going to be a while.
So, you want to know, Alada, why this all happened? I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
The 7DS tried to make a catch onto the Amumu and the Lux, if I recall correctly. Mm-hmm. They hit Amumu with the Bard ult, and then Ice went in. The problem there, it was a nice catch. They chunked them down. But Ice made the rookie general mistake. He used his smite onto the Lux. So they really couldn't do Dragon. They had to wait 45 seconds for Ice to have smite back up. So they just wobbled around, used Herald in mid, and then, basically traded some kills. Simple as that. Instead of, like, if Ice had used his smite, they would have poked them down and then got the turret.
Oh,
instead,
no.
we see Sam killing Chun, yeah.
Yeah, that Tempered Fate did not land. However, Sambete will be traded back onto a couple of traps. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble will be enough to keep him in the area, and Kraft will pick up the kill using their own Ignite once again. As they've ignited so many people this game, it's hard to keep track. Ice Zaro going deep with the Stand United as well, but good flash away from Adorkable might mean that this fight isn't going to continue. Motojo doesn't land the Shadow Assault either. Kraft going so aggressive, but locked up by the light binding, and now Shiara on the backside will have to pummel Motojo back away. Shenzin, can they hang around to keep Shiara alive? Doesn't look like it. Shiara trying desperately to run away, but what's this on the backside? Kraft's been locked up and taken down. It's Adorkable picking that one up. Revenge for the absolute pop that went on to the Zyra before that dragon fight. Now TP coming in. That'll be Sam Vete turning up back to the fight after having died on the bottom side of the map. And looking maybe even to start up the Baron here. 21.5 minutes into the game. Chime Bright putting a little bit of damage onto Sam Vete, but that is it. They're actually going to start up the Baron. So there's going to be a lot going on right here.
very, like, I like that. A very ballsy play from
A lot of
Hentai.
proof.
The thing is, if they can keep it on, because, they find an engage here.
They've caught Shine Bright. That might be enough to take down the Bard. It will be. Motor Joe, though, trying to tank up. Not much damage being done to him, but it might be enough to take him down, and it is. Honest flashing away on the Caitlyn. Not able to get the damage output necessary to make that into a fair fight. However, Hentai Haven were forced away from the Baron, but you've got to feel that was just all a bait as they were able to pick up 2 kills instead.
Yeah, I don't think they could have actually done the Baron because they got quite low.
Ooh,
but 7 got baited, and then Hentai Haven quickly turned on, pulled the trigger and turned on them and got 2 kills, and now just giving them some more resources to play with.
And I feel like Honest's damage to champions isn't that high this game. There hasn't been a time where the Caitlyn's been free hitting. There hasn't been a good front-to-back team fight, which is what that Caitlyn wants to have. And it's all been so split up and all over the place with the Zoe and with a lot of flanking from Chiara. And it's just hard for Honest to find their place in this game, I feel like.
Yeah, I'll agree. Like, the one team is trying to catch a single member of the opposing one and then immediately get turned on by the other 4 people. It's just really, really messy, very scrappy fights. And in the end, I think they just roll a dice whoever wins that.
Yeah, a couple of Shen's heads now. That's WTF2 Shens in the inventories there, I believe. Anyone familiar with some terribly old memes will appreciate that one, I'm sure. Motor Joe is a 3rd Shen on the Rift, actually, with the body on top of it as well. Will be thrown into the death round by Sambete, and just has to stand there, tantalizingly close to turret range, but not close enough. Will flash away, as Sambete doesn't have enough damage output to secure that particular kill. Sleepy Trouble Bubble didn't quite land. Chime Bright might be caught out here. Will use the Blast Cone to escape, and should just about be okay, as Honest is there to lay down some traps as well.
So the Morg has just taking over the side lane. We are 30 seconds before Drake spawn. Some decent vision control by Hentai Haven, and a move like Shenzhen finds binding over binding on Chime Bright. Like
Chime Bright 0, 6, and 6. It's been a real struggle game so far for the Bard main. Not like game 1 at all, which went a lot more Chime Bright's way on that champion. And Shenzhen, despite such a rough early game, has been getting some crucial picks this game with the Amumu and has looked genuinely good outside of the first few levels.
Yeah, imagine being a level 2 at minute 4, and you're still, or minute 6 or whatever it was, and you're still able to have a positive impact in the game. Like, Shenzhen really, he finds his bindings, and that's all he has to do. Isara is not able to steal the Drake.
Picks it up there. Isaro into the fight with Motor Joe on top as well. Good Tempered Fate. That'll lock up too. Honest needs to get the traps laid down, but doesn't quite manage to trap Chiara in time. And in stepping forward to try and get that trap, will sacrifice their own life instead. Isaro just about able to escape from Chiara, who gets turned this way and that and gets taken down in the end. Motor Joe will avoid the bandage toss. All kinds of flashes. Cleanse coming through from Kraft, who has to just about escape. Isaro still going aggressive, but that's going to be turned on by Shenzhen. Surely that's at least 1 kill for the Amumu. It is, but he will go down immediately afterwards. Adorkable stepping forwards. That was not the right decision. Surely this is going to be another kill over for 7 Deadly Sins. And Beeg's got no mana left with which to contest. That light binding was the last drop in the tank, and this might be the kill. It is. Chime Bright picks it up, and it's an ace for 7 Deadly Sins somehow.
And now they're just randomly acing Hentai Haven. What is going on, Alada? Very messy fight again. Honest, as you said, he has a very hard time dishing out damage because it's not a standard team fight or what experts would consider a standard team fight in the video game called League of Legends. He wanted to be a little bit more desperate, a little bit more aggressive, and he immediately got punished for that. But his team was able to turn it around, and in the end, they aced Hentai Haven. So 7S is back in the driver's seat, at least somewhat. It's not a lot of gold to add. It's 1k at 27 minutes, so somewhat meaningless. But I mean, it doesn't hurt. Like, why not?
Yeah, I mean, yes, so. But Shine Bright, that was a really nice ultimate in that last fight that locked up both Chiara and Sambete, and Sambete was so low as well. But it baited Honest so hard into stepping forward there. Of course, they won the fight regardless, so it doesn't really matter in the end. But nevertheless, Honest was so close. Oh, will Chiara step on the trap? Yes, he will. The net does not land, and that might be the problem here for Honest. What is that? That looked like a flash when you're on the edge of Mordekaiser's Death Realm and you can't actually flash properly, but that was not it. Honest flashing not quite on top of themselves, but almost, and was probably about to win that duel, but ran out of vision from Chiara, and by flashing on the spot, gave up their life instead.
But he has no business being there, though. Like, just wait for the minion wave, I think, to be on your side of the map, because, like, you're not really doing anything. Just taking unnecessary risk as your only AD threat from your team. So you have to be a little bit more conservative.
Ooh, Tempered Fate will land onto a Dorkable. Will they go further forward here? They'll get the flash out of the Zyra and nothing more, but that's decent. I think Shine Bright will take that. Now they can focus their attentions a little bit towards the top side, and that was Sambete will have to back away. Was just being held off by Ice Zara, and that was not an even fight between those two. Now, Chiara is here as well to lay down some poke in this particular siege. The empowered Shock Blast coming through the acceleration gate does chunk Craft's health down a fair amount. Oh, look at that Trouble Bubble. That's incredible. Will Craft go deep for it? No, they will not. But my heart was in my mouth there for Chiara for just a moment. And now B gets taken down. Craft on a killing spree once again, looking really nice on this Zoe pick. Motor Joe is locked up and going to be taken down 1-for-1 thus far. Here comes a redemption coming through. Shine Bright on the very edge will get enough health to maybe consider re-engaging the fight. Shock Blast lands onto Honest, who avoids Death's Grasp there, or whatever that ability is called. Shenjin with a huge ultimate on the Amumu, and that's going to be the Tangle Thorns on top of it as well. Izaro trying to get in there, will get the Amumu, but nothing more, and it's an ace. And at this time, the ace is for Hentai Haven, and what did I tell you about those two circles?
You're right. Apparently the Sarah and the Moon Circle are superior. Very nice binding again from Shenzhen. So far, the MVP of this game and Game 3 just finds the opportunities. I mean, no, he doesn't find the opportunities, he creates one, you know? This is what the good player has to be like. And just basically single-handedly turning the fight around. And now we are 30 seconds away from a potential Infernal Soul for Hentai Haven, which is definitely going to help them win this game, and maybe we go into a Game 5, which I think that's fair to say we both didn't expect after seeing how Game 2 and Game 1 turned out to be.
I mean, I didn't expect it before this series started. Seven Deadly Sins have looked so good so far in Division 4. The whole time they've looked so dominant. Whoa! Okay! Well, that's going to change the complexion of the game a little bit. That's 2 kills immediately. 3 now for Kraft. And I do not understand what I've just seen, but I hated every second of it.
Oh, and I love Zoe. Zoe should always win games. I'm a Zoe man. God bless Zoe. What was that?
I hope Zoe wins. She's so random like me, and she tilts enemy champions with her random quotes. Oh, Shenzin, that's a tilter as he flashes into the pit as well. Shine Bright picks up the kill. Dragon Soul denied by Seven Deadly Sins. Jungler dead. That means Baron is on the cards here for Seven Deadly Sins. And oh god, I feel sick.
This is insane. Whenever we praise a team, they immediately throw the game away, and then it just goes back and forth. Okay, no, I want to throw this game. No, let me throw this game. No, I want to throw it really hard. And now I don't know, Kraft, like on the Zoe pick, instant nukes 2 people, the entire bot lane, and then just gets a 3rd kill. They get the 2nd Infernal, they ace them, they get a Baron. What is this game, Alada? Are you not entertained?
I'm incredibly entertained. This is so back and forth, it's incredible. We saw a hint of this, I think, in Game 1, when the game did go back and forth a little bit in the middle game. But then there was that one moment, that one fight at the Dragon, and Seven Deadly Sins just had the inhibitor down already, and they were able to just TP straight into the base and end it. But this is just a whole nother level. of back and forth. It's incredible. We've seen aces all kinds of directions. I still don't know who's going to win. I mean, look at the scores on 7 Deadly Sins. Look at 14, 4, and 8 Zoe, and put that next to 2, 3, and 8 Caitlyn. They've not been playing the same game of League of Legends. Shiara's not been playing a very fun game of League of Legends, certainly not right now. The shutdown comes through. That's onto Kraft yet again. No, what you call it? What's the item? Oh, no. Oh, I can't believe I'm blanking on the item. What's the book with the pages?
You mean Magi's? Or
Magi's. I can't believe I forgot Magi's. Tempered Fate lands onto 2. Is there any follow-up? Yes, there is. What on earth is happening? Kraft, I didn't even see a spell land from the Zoe, and yet that's 100-0. The Cataclysm as well. Motor Joe stops the back for Samvete. That could be critical for their siege in the middle lane as well. Motor Joe might just give up his life for this one, but the middle lane inhibitor's gone down for the side of Hentai Haven. Motor Joe trying desperately to escape, but he's done all he needs to there. Inhibitor goes down. Will they focus on the Nexus turrets as well? Samvete is going for the recall. He's not going to go for the base race here. In comes Shiara to clear a couple of minions with that shot blast. As I have to take a moment to take a breath here, because this game is just incredible. But it looks like 7 Deadly Sins are going to take a moment as well. Shine Bright going to take more than a moment. Going to take 48 moments in base, having been taken down by Shiara. Final Spark comes through. That's not going to do enough damage. But they are chasing them down with the acceleration gate as well. This isn't over quite yet. They're going to keep going. Flag and Drag will build some space between them. And I think 7 Deadly Sins are going to get out alive. But Shine Bright still off the map for 30 seconds, but no real objectives there. The Hentai Haven to take apart from the middle lane inhibitor turret, and that is where they are focusing their attentions now.
Yeah, I mean, not even. They just go back to telecoms. I think 70 has kind of found the mojo now. Like, Shine Bright, after going 0-6-6, I don't even want to say early game because it was mid-game too, but now she finds the targets, Tempered Fate into the Cataclysm, and then Kraft just comes from 3.5 screens away, bang, 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 and he just nukes people, 16 kills. It's super entertaining to watch this. I don't know how this happens. I don't know how this is even legal for Zoe to do that, but I mean, Riot, 200 years game like development experience, we take that. Like, who am I to criticize their skills?
Yeah, I mean, but this game is a tale of Zoe, right? I mean, there's been a lot of stories this game. That much there is to say. That first there was the tale of the sad mummy, the very, very sad mummy in the early game. Then there was the tale of the much burned Jace in the middle lane. Now it's the tale of the Zoe and just the absolute deletion of Hentai Haven's bottom laners and pretty much anyone else who dares to stand in the way of Zoe. Kraft is taking this one over. Drowsy will land there onto the Amumu, who will get the Curse of the Sad Mummy down to lock up Honest and Kraft just for a moment. And that will mean that Shenzhen is able to escape for the time being. Chime Bright is the target for Samvete. And with that Cosmic Binding not landing, I think Chime Bright's going to be not long for this world. Will try and escape. But as soon as he enters the real world once again, she's going to be taken down there by Biik, who picks that one up. So that is one person down. So the fight begins in favor of Hentai Haven, and it continues in favor of Hentai Haven. Kraft has been taken down, and that's 90% of the power for 7 Deadly Sins. Honest with the cleanse just in time, and the flash as well will escape from Shenzhen, but there's nothing they can do about this dragon, which is going to be taken down now. That is Infernal Soul. Honest needs to stop the recalls, needs to stop the backs. Can they get the trap down in time? No, but they will stop the teleport and the recalls as well. Is there anything that Isara and Motor Joe can do? Can they just end the game here? They're going to be on towards the Nexus turret now. The Nexus itself is laid bare, but they've got such little damage with the Stranglethorns as well. They're going to be knocked up for an age, and they can't quite do it.
This 70 is joking. Oh, very close fight. It looked good at the beginning. Very desperate ult usages from Shenzhen. Curse of the Sad Mummy hitting on 2 targets, but no potential of a follow-up from his teammates. Then Sam just ulting Bard for whatever reason. Very early, like the fight didn't even break out. While in the meantime, Motojo was able to push top lane. He got the T2 turret, and then just moved. Like he got the push, but yeah, Lux found Zoe. Zoe got deleted, and after that, Ice just tunnel vision. Like he did. I think he should have went for the steal and let Shen do his thing. Maybe he would have only got like. I don't think he would have got both Nexus turns down, but they wouldn't have ended. Like they weren't able to end the game anyways. So what's the point?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a split-second decision, and they went for it, and they didn't quite pay off in the end. Shiara kills precisely 0 of those wards, pings them both on the map, lets everyone know they're there, but by splitting focus, didn't kill a single one. So it's like this play there from the Jace, but I think we can let him get away with that one. Chime Bright, though, won't get away with that, as it's going to go down. A Dorkable almost taken down, and is taken down by the Electrocute on the backside. Croft picking that one up. Both supports already dead-eyed. Zaro having to run for the hills, will be caught up by the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Where is Croft? Croft's not in the right place at all, but the Stand United comes through, and that might just keep the Zoe alive, and now Beeg is the one in trouble. Motor Joe on top of her as well. The flash will come through. Paddle Star, where is it? Meanwhile, Shiara has slammed Honest into the ground, and now Ice Zaro soon to follow as well. What can Croft do? Will be caught by the Death Grasp, but will take down the Mordekaiser just in time, desperately trying to get away from the Amumu, but the Tears will take the Zoe down, and now Shiara is here for the ace once again, and what can they do with this? There's only 2 of them alive. They don't want to do the Baron. Can they get the inhibitor turrets? What is the plan here now for Hentai Haven?
They should go for the inhib turrets. I don't think they have enough damage for the Baron, but Chime, for the love of God, can you go back to your bot gameplay between minute 26 and 32, maybe?
Right, this is brave. Shiara. Oh, the Cosmic Binding won't land, and that might mean that this Bard is no longer here for this world, and there will be the kill, but gets the trade kill onto Shenzin. That's probably worth it if you're Chime Bright, considering how much time you've delayed as well. Shiara will take down the inhibitor turret, but not the inhibitor itself, which is the real objective there.
Yeah. A very back and forth. I'm not sure, not a structured game at all. So, it's going to be very intense, Elena, yeah.
So do they go Nash? Do 7 Deadly Sins just go straight for the Baron? They're not doing it. But I wonder if they just rushed for it right now. Shenzin's 28 seconds. They know that Shiara's having to go back to base. TP's not yet available on Sambete either.
The thing is, you have Zaro, Lux, and Jace on the enemy team, so they can poke you out when you clutter in the Baron pit. Might have been worth to start the Baron and then bait the fight, because as you pointed out, Sam doesn't have TP as it now, and then you just turn on them because you have the hard engage with the Tempered Fade, with the Cataclysm. You can maybe find even some Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, but now it's way too late. They waited too long. Everyone is back up on the map, and everyone is around the Baron area in the top side of the jungle. So it's just a vision game until I think Elder Drake spawns, and then that is in. Oh wait, Sam just used TP.
You just TP'd up towards the top, but that's not a flank. Interesting one there from Samvete. And now, actually, it's 7 Deadly Sins with the inside track on the middle lane inhibitor. Now, they need to fight here. Hentai Haven have no choice, because otherwise their inhibitor is going to be threatened by 7 Deadly Sins. They forced them out of the middle lane, and that might be all they need to do for the time being. With that Infernal Soul, they are doing so much damage right now, but all it takes, we know all it takes, is the right paddle star from Kraft, and the game can flip on its head. And I can't believe that this game is still going at this stage after what we saw Kraft doing to the enemy champions. But the matter of fact is that the game is still going. Elder Dragon will be spawning within a minute now. Final Spark coming through. That's going to do nothing but remove the Banshees from Kraft. In comes Shenzin, but that's not the engage the Amumu was looking for. Flash wasted there. Motor Joe might just be caught out. Death Realm is going to be used. That is onto Kraft, and that could be critical. If Sambete wins this particular 1v1, this could be the game. That is Sambete slaying Kraft, who goes down for another minute on that Zoe. Honest just can't do anything. Trying to kite away from Shiara with Isaro there as well. Will be able to do it, but goes down himself. It's only Chime Bright, and that's the game for Hentai Haven. And get your Silver Scrapes out in chat, because we are going to game 5 here. There is nothing that this Bard can do. Just trying to deny the minions, but it's not going to matter. The Nexus is going to fall in a 41-minute thriller. The ace comes through. And with the help of the Infernal Soul, Hentai Haven level up the series at 2 apiece.
I don't have any words, Alida. It's on. Game 5. Will the reverse sweep happen after a stellar performance, most notably by Shenzhen, but also I don't wanna downplay like Beak, Sam, Dorkable, and Shiara, who also did a lot of work. Like Sam, most notably in the recent fights, just ulting the Zoe, who has no room for QSS. And if a 19 kill Zoe is out of the fight, like what you gonna do? Honest didn't really have a nice game at all. Didn't deal a lot of damage, at least from the looks of it. He dealt less than the Mordecai's and the Jace Deluxe and the Zoe. So yeah, that was the recipe for winning game 4, for winning the second game in a row, and now it all comes down to one single video game.
Indeed it does, and you do not want to miss that one single video game, because if there's anything like the video game we just witnessed, it's going to be an absolute thriller. So join us in a few minutes for Game 5 of the Valance League Division 4 Finals here. Can Hentai Haven do it? Can they pull off the reverse sweep? You'll have to come join us to find out.
Yeah. Spam Hodgson in chat.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the fifth, and I can guarantee this time, final game of the Valance League Division 4 finals. This best of 5 series has gone the distance, and my vocal cords are feeling it, but so is my brain because I'm so excited about what's going to happen in this game. That last game was one of the best games of League of Legends I've witnessed, and it was truly incredible stuff, incredibly back and forth. And yet, in the end, it was Hentai Haven that were able to pick up the win over Deadly Sins, 2 apiece in the series. Is there anything 7 Deadly Sins can do to respond? Do they now have the momentum flowing completely against them? My name is Aladar, and alongside me for the final time tonight is Impress.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because now in this game, 570s not only have to play against Hentai Haven, they also have to play against their own mentality. Because as the great George R. Martin said, the author of Game of Thrones, history repeats itself. That was like the basic concept of his whole book series. He just took like historic events and then adapted that into his own universe because he thought, yeah, if that happened in the past, it's very likely that it's going to happen again. Mm-hmm. So last split, 7 years, went 2-0 up. And then there was this great man called Botchin. There was also this concept of fun and friendship. And this concept of fun and friendship took Botchin and friends into a two-tie series story. And then with the great Amumu pick, which had a real impact. You remember? You've seen Amumu like having great impact here. Although everyone doubted him. And then they went on Inca to win the series against 7DS. So, will 7DS choke again? That for sure it's in the ads. For sure they'll be like, oh shit, here we go again. So, let's see if they have the mental strength to overcome themselves and win and bring the title finally home. Everyone thought they're the favorites. They're still the favorites, of course. But, I mean, you have to argue. You have to question their mentality at this point. Are they jokers? Can they not win finals? I don't know. Man. It's going to be interesting. And we have Hentai Haven now on blue side again. 7DS on red. And I think the band's going to stay the same because I'll believe it was not a champion problem in Game 3 and Game 4 from 7DS perspective.
You have painted the scene beautifully here. Zach is going to be the first ban away. That's a Ziggs. I think they're falling asleep, perhaps, on the side of Hentai Haven this time.
What if it sees you rot?
Oh, that's true. I mean, that would be impressive considering it's been removed. But
how broken must your mental? No, how broken must your mental be? The NL team just like throw bans and then they win games against you while you're out here playing the serious game. It's basically like an anime, you know, like where the protagonist is just having fun and there's like the second character who's like, I don't know, in Yu-Gi-Oh it's like Yugi and Kaiba, you know, like Kaiba, very that serious person, always wants to improve, sweaty try harder, and Yugi say, oh yeah, let's have some fun, yeah, and then he just wins match after match after match, and yeah, maybe that is what's going on here. I'm not trying to analyze Hentai Haven's draft because it does make zero sense. Valkor's first pick, I mean, Adorkable and Chiara both play the champion, but Hackerim is being left open. There's so many counters to it. I'm not sure. Like, you could even go Kassadin at this point.
So I feel like the convenient thing about banning Zzz is that you can ban Zoe, which I think is very necessary. So Zoe has been banned away. Hackerim and Kai'Sa locked in for the side of 7DS. So that Kai'Sa will be going into the hands of Honest, who's been having some trouble in the last couple of games to have a real impact here. And is the Kai'Sa the solution to help that particular AD carry get themselves back on their feet? Zillion on the other side. Well, that might compromise the Z bans a little bit. Rather limits their pool as Zillion has been locked in.
Well, Sarah's banned. Is that another Z champion?
Zed.
Zed. Okay. Other
Uh,
than,
is there any more? There's got to be. There must be. They can't have picked themselves out of this. That would be it. Their mental would just explode if they couldn't ban 2 more Zeds, surely.
Interesting. So I'll reckon after Chime Bright's inting performance on the bot, she had some glorious and glamorous 4 to 6 minutes in game 4. I'll expect her to go into somewhat of the Nautilus or the Leona, something like that, something tanky where just if you face check, you don't die as quick as on the bot, for example. Also, good synergy with the Kaiser. What is this? DX XD
ZZZXD.
XD. Okay,
yeah,
we'll take that.
That's maybe that XD is a little bit of a reference. We never know, but maybe it's. I hope Zoe wins XD. Unfortunately, Zoe will not win because she's banned. Well,
I like some of this. I can predict the picks. So that makes me look smart to some extent, at least. I'm not. I don't know. Hentai even just pick comfort, just pick fun. You won with a Luxara bot lane last game. You won with 4 AP champions and Jace being the only AD source. So that's no point. 7 years is just playing meta and they just get styled on somewhat.
Okay, well, Set is a pickup. That's probably going into the top lane with Galio. Oh no, hold on, there's an AD carry missing. I must remember this. No AD carries is the name of the game for Hentai Haven, but if Set is your main form of attack damage this time, that's even worse than Jace, you would think.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, it's going to be a fast Set, I guess.
It's actually, I don't know, man. It's gonna be Zillion Valkos bot lane.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't know, Shiara on the Yasuo, the Jace, so 2 champions where you somewhat need fingers now being on Galio duty. I don't know.
Well, I mean, maybe the fingers need a rest for Shiara in the middle lane. On the other side, Lucian going to be the final lock-in. Of course, picking up the Kaiser allows you to run Lucian in the middle lane. We've seen Kraft doing that already this series. Worked out quite well in game 2.
Yeah, also
had a couple of iffy moments against the Yasuo, but did manage to win it through in the end.
And yes, you need fingers for Yasuo because you need to count your deaths. As I mentioned previously, the 10 death power spike, and you need to have fingers to count.
That's true. Good point. Very good point. You can always use your toes if you absolutely have to. I said that Lucian won. Not true. Kraft actually lost on Lucian.
No, Cross. Yeah.
Game 3. So my mistake on that one. So once again, Sam Vete is the top laner. So why does he keep lining up as if he's the bot laner? I don't know.
Because it's fun.
I mean, I guess that's fun. I guess. Yeah, sure. That's fun. It's not as fun as the team comp. It's not as fun as a Zillion Vel'Koz bot lane, which is not fun if you're Kaiser, a very short range AD carry, and Nautilus, a melee champion.
True, but I mean, if Nautilus lands 1 hook, especially after level 6, then it's Hentai Haven who's gonna be in the no fun zone.
True,
but that requires Chime to hit skill shots, to stay alive, and
staying alive not necessarily been the name of the game for Chime Bright so far this series. Some impressive plays being made on various champions, but a couple of times being caught out a little bit too deep, getting caught out a lot last game as well. And once you're in that once you have a game where you just die and die and die, the next game tends to suffer as well. So Chime Bright needs to reset her mental here to make sure that this Nautilus performance is going to be a good one, because Nautilus is a champion that it's very, very easy to feed on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 1 hook, you hit the terrain, and then you're within 2, 3, 4, 5 enemy champions, and you're like, how did I get here? So let's see. This is the draft of Division 4 finals. It's game 5, and another 1 guarantee. This is gonna be our last game on this evening.
That's true. That is definitely true. And another guarantee is that Motor Joe will have good targets to use his Stand United on. The Hecarim and the Kaiser. Both of them diving into the back lines. Of course, you get a real big dive composition going on right here. But when you put a Zillion up against that, that's kind of quite good. Because A, you can double bomb your own backline and make it easier to stun everyone who's coming in, particularly if it's telegraphed, like the arrival of Motor Joe. And then also, because you can, whoever they're all diving onto, you can make sure they live again. And Galio can jump on top of the whole melee as well. So it kind of suits them if everyone on 7DS dives into their backlines. I think Hentai Haven won't mind that, really.
Not really. And also, like on the flip side, you can engage with the Jarvan, put the Galio ult on top of him, and then the Valkos just like from half a screen away just ults. So there's also some engage potential on Hentai Haven's side. So it's technically, considering the circumstances, how the series went, not that bad with going like no AD in Game 5.
And we said last game and the game before that Hentai Haven's composition was leaving them with near to no hope of winning the games. They won both of those games. This game, we reckon they might have a hope based on their composition, crazy as it may sound. But maybe that's bad. Maybe we need to say that they're going to lose, and maybe that's how they win.
The thing is, I want to see them winning now just for the narrative. So, you know, but as if you spectated the last game, it doesn't go as predicted. Aces left, right, and center after the mid game. So yeah, Sam is going top again. He had some 2 good games up there. The Shenzhen buff activated. Shiara with the Ignite, Galio Aftershock. Lucian's gonna have to pressure here though. So let's see how this is gonna tackle. We didn't even, again, not able to talk about the skins.
Isoraldo at Hecarim, that's all I need to see. Isara wins it solo for 7DS. But we're going to go to the video for the final time to get you guys hyped for this final matchup. So see you in a moment. Welcome back, and this time it's 7DS giving us hope with the 5-man stack on level 1. Every other game so far, if there's been any action level 1, it's been Hentai Haven that are trying to instigate, but this time 7DS don't just set up their line of scrimmage, they have a plan, but their plan is to walk 5 people over a ward in Tribush, so never mind.
Very good ward from Beak though. Very smart. And just denies every invade potential from 7DS. So you can see they're really desperate. 4 games in a row, they went for the standard 5-point setup, and now in game 5, they thought, okay, we have to do something different. We on the back foot, like backs against the walls, and we're desperate. We want to win. We don't want to choke our finals again. We finally want to get promoted into Division 3 of Valence League. But, well, Vision wins games and denies first blood for 7 years.
Yeah, and there's quite a lot of Vision that's been done as a result of the sort of outcomes of that level 1 incident. They're seeing everyone on the bottom side of the map, allowed Shiara to go very deep into the red side jungle on the top side of the map and get a decent ward in there, so they'll be able to keep track of Ice Zaro's path. Ice Zaro, meanwhile, was able to put a ward on the red buff of Shenzhen, so they're both going to know when each other are doing those particular camps. As it looks like Beeg is going to be the one farming up in that bottom lane once again. Hook doesn't land, but comes very close from Chime Bright.
And this time, Shenzhen doesn't go for a Sinner gank at level 2. But if we look at the rune choice, we have Jarvan with the Dark Harvest. So, there's that.
That's Shenzhen's been quite an aggressive player ever since arriving in this series, and it's made a huge difference to his team as well. He's been the real difference maker, and a big part of the reason why Hentai Haven have been winning these games. Pretty heavy trading going up on the top side of the map as well. but Motor Joe and Sanvete will just be able to walk away.
Yeah, and we see the early game prowess of Lucian. He can just free dash and poke the galley out. Nothing what the galley can do about this. Just tries to get level 6 and enables his side lanes with an ult play. Yeah, the magic shield's not gonna help much against the Lucian, unfortunately.
It is not. It'll get rid of some of that Ardent Blaze damage from the Lucian W, of course. But that's not really the highest damage spell in the game, regardless.
Unless you pay AP Lucian.
That's true.
It's really good in Aram, I've heard. I'm not an Aram player, I have to admit. I think it's a wasted game mode. I prefer Nexus Blitz, actually.
Hold on, Sanvete solo flashing away. Motor Joe can't secure the kill. Sanvete had the Haymaker available as well, and now Chime Bright might be the one in trouble as Shenzin showed up in the bottom lane. Double bomb does land, knocked up, stunned up for years. Chime Bright will go down as Shenzin flashes back over the wall after EQing over the wall, trying to predict what Chime Bright would do. But meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Zaro looking for a response. Haymaker comes through, takes Motor Joe quite low, but not quite low enough as Zaro gets the return kill up on the top side. Wow, instant cleanse there from Kraft. I'm not sure if he just wasn't knocked up at all or if that was Captain Jack, but either way, interesting stuff in the middle lane.
That was very close on the top side. Shenzhen getting a nice gang bot lane. I don't think he had to flash there because Valkos and Zilean had this kill safe already, but for the Dark Harvest stacks, you know, like we do everything for the stacks, and on the top side, Sam close to pulling off 1v2 outplay. Fortunately for 7 years mental.
Ooh, Kraft. Well, never mind, he's going down. Kraft dashed in aggressively, and as soon as he did so, Shenzin was there to respond. Now Beeg might be the one in trouble as Honest and Chimebright are just chasing down this Zilean. No ultimate available yet. And Honest will pick up that kill, and that is not the way I saw the early levels in this bot lane going.
Yeah, very good commitment here. Also, the Hell of Blades of Kaiser being better in the early game. She gets the kill. That's what they need to do. They just need to go all in the bot lane because they don't win the war of attrition against the Zilean Valkos. So good job. And another gank from the Hecarim. He tried to go for the Axe Flash.
Yeah, I respect the attempt from Sanvete with the attempted Hex Flash there. It's not going to be channeled in time. Zaro will be able to cancel it and pick up another kill on the top side of the map. Set getting bullied early on, and when he is your only real AD threat, well, I suppose I would say only real, but now actually with Dark Harvest, Jarvan, we might be seeing a couple, so maybe it's not all on him after all.
Yeah. So, Sam, please use your yellow things called trinkets. They will help you make the map lighter, like it's not as dark as before then. You will also be able to see more if you look at the thing in the bottom right corner, which experts call the mini-map. And then you maybe can avoid some ganks by the fast horse and not die. Stop playing Grey Screen Simulator here.
Interesting. Mini-map, you say?
Mini-map. Yeah, it's a new advantage. It's a new thing.
Okay.
Not everyone knows that. Especially in VR, people don't know that this thing actually exists.
And sorry, I don't know, what was it? A trinket? Was that a trinket? Was it? Trinket. Okay, so what does the 0 on the trinket mean?
That is basically how many ints you have left. So if it's on 0, you're not allowed to int. Okay?
I see.
Fascinating. You're not allowed to overextend. If it's on 1, then you can overextend once in a while. Let's say for 90 seconds or whatever.
Alright.
Yeah.
I might explain why Chimebright has a 3 next to hers, but nevertheless, as they're starting up the dragon now, this just about going to be secured. That was a bomb over the wall. That was a time bomb, so that wasn't actually going to explode anytime soon. Zaro picking up the dragon for the side of 7 Deadly Sins. Shenzin looking for a response on the top side of the map, but the Rift Herald is not available. We'll have to go for the Scuttle Crab instead. And that is a clean and early dragon pickup here for 7 Deadly Sins. Hex Flash being used by Sanvete, but Motor Joe is a level up and might want to take this tray. Sanvete levels up mid-fight, gets the Conqueror proc, but with the Haymaker already used, just wants to back away now. Ooh, and meanwhile in the middle lane, Kraft might be in trouble. Cleanse used early, and Chiara picks up the kill. Once again, the Lucian going down, and that ought to be a safe lane. Lucian into Galio, you should be fine.
You should be the one who bullies the enemy laner. But does Kraft not know how cleanse work? Like, second time he misuses it. Like, first time it looked like he wanted to cleanse the knockup. Now he used it way too early. Like, I mean, I can understand you want to go for the Captain Jack cleanse, but it's better to wait 0.1 milliseconds to use it safely instead of going for the Captain Jack. And yeah, Shenzhen and Shara like doing some work. Just bully Craft. Poor guy. On the Lucian, like second game, he's on that champion now. He's not doing that well.
Yeah, Summoner has reconnected, so he should be getting back into the game any moment now. It wouldn't be a game in this series if it didn't have a pause. I think maybe one game was pauseless. Maybe game 2 didn't have one. Not certain about that. But there's been a fair few pauses, a fair few internet issues for the players today. But I think that's fairly par for the course. And with everyone back in the game, we should be getting underway sometime soon. Hopefully, I'm not jinxing it there. Just taking a look at Shenzin's inventory. And there's a very interesting little blade in there for you.
Serrated. I like it. Because you expect the Sinners of Yell on set to go Black Cleaver anyways. And you don't want to have double Black Cleaver on your team. And I will recommend Set to go Black Cleaver in this game. He's behind. Just be somewhat of a utility bot. Come on. Be nice to your teammates. And then Jarvan can just deal more damage with the Serrated Durkee. Some lethality items. Maybe in this pause craft, add some time to look up how cleanse works, that you can't cleanse knockups, you can't cleanse knockbacks. So hopefully he will improve on that kind of thing. And also, I mean, Farmy is a little bit ahead, but you expect that matchup-wise. If you look at the other map, Hakram is snowballing, 2 kills early on. You like that to see. The Shen is doing work, 14 CS up, while Kaiser Nautilus will enable the all-in power at level 6. Kaiser's level 6 already, but when Nautilus hits his level 6 power spike, depth charge, and then you can just go all in and force out the Zillion ult.
Nope. Hex Flash once again from Samvetti, and the Facebreaker doesn't actually land. That might leave him in a little bit of trouble here. The Haymaker comes through. That'll give him a shield, but that's going to quickly delay. And Motor Joe just runs him down there, so that's not good gameplay from Samvetti at all. And you said the 0 was about the ints. Evidently, he had one more left in him there. Yeah, and it's still a 0, by the way. He's still not placed a ward this game. That one obviously wasn't to do with a ward. But, I mean, come on, just place a ward, mate.
Yeah. it's Vision wins games, come on.
Yeah, and you know what doesn't win games is Hex Flashes like that. So he's struggling up there on the top side of the map. It's been Motor Joe who's been having the worst of that matchup every time for the last couple of games at least. But now, ever since Samvetti has been heading over to the top side of the map. But now, this time around, it's different. And that's been a huge thing, a huge theme of the games so far, is that Motor Joe has been struggling in Hentai Haven's wins in lane to deal with Samvetti, and this time, nothing of the sort.
This time, he's ahead, and Ice is also ahead over Shenzhen. While the bottom lane, I mean, it was like that in the previous 2 games. Like, it kind of even, 7 years a little bit ahead, but not really in a relevant matter, while we just saw Chime going, fishing for a hook, but not connecting it. Nice double bomb from Beak, who is out of mana right now, so I need to be really careful. Oh no.
He doesn't have his cleanse up, so he's probably fine. He can flash away from this one. No, he can't quite yet, but the Stand United comes through, and that will keep him alive. Onslaught of Shadows from Ice Zaro means that is going to be a dead Galio in any moment now, and Shenzhen can't land the flag and drag either. Kraft able to work out the fancy feat just in time to get around that one and picking up a kill for himself as well. Great turnaround in the middle lane, and of course the Facebreaker prevented Motor Joe from joining in that fight as well from Samvetti. In fact, I think it was the ultimate use, the showstopper. But to be honest, that's probably a good thing for Motor Joe in the end.
Yeah, definitely, because he doesn't lose XP, he doesn't lose gold, and his shield was valuable enough for the Lucian to survive. Haven really desperate, really greedy to go for the play. They thought, okay, it worked in the previous 2 times, so why shouldn't it work now? But Hecarim was around, the Shen had his ult up. So Craft lives another day, I guess.
Ice Zaro 3-0-0 on this Hecarim. Now that is a strong champion, a strong player, and a player with 3 kills, so a strong state as well. And if you are big and adorkable, you're terrified right now of what that horse can do to you. And Sanvete is probably a little bit frightened as well.
Definitely. I mean, there's still the Zillion ult later in the team fights, but the prancing horse, really, really scary this game.
Having a better time this game than the prancing horse is having in real life.
In F1, yeah. That was I aimed for that. Yeah.
Sorry, did I steal your joke on that one?
No. It's good that you pick it up. I mean, but enough of the F1 races, because we have enough sprinters in our game, enough people who run it down.
Sure. Very fast set. Of course, when you Hex Flash, you get that burst of movement speed as well.
True.
I think that's what Sanvete has been using just to run it down that little bit extra in the top side. But it shouldn't be mean. Sanvete has had an incredible last 2 games. Really, I think probably the best player on his team last game. Maybe you could make an argument for Shenzin as well, with an excellent comeback on that Amumu.
Definitely up there, yeah.
But yeah, Sanvete was really good, and that Death Realm in the final fight that took down Kraft on the Zoe, of course, was what was able to secure the team the win. Of course, that's pretty easy just to press R on the enemy champion that is the most powerful, but you have to get there, you have to be in the right position, you have to win the fight once you get into the Death Realm as well. But enough about last game, because the dragon has spawned. It is an infernal dragon. That means the soul will either be an ocean soul or a mountain soul. If it's an ocean soul, these teams will be clamoring for it, because that is a really powerful one here. And oh no, Adorkable completely caught out. Honest picks up that kill. Big trying to get in there as well, but they're going to be forced away, as was Shenzin, forced to flag and drag out of the pit. Chime Bright just looking to put the beat down onto Big on this Zillion right now. Here come the rest of the members of 7 Deadly Sins as well. That will be the Chrono Shift, resurrected for the time being, flashing over the wall, and no speed up though. A nice Zaro coming in. I don't know what that Stand United was there from Motojo, and I cannot think why Sanvete has cancelled that one as well, because now Motojo's getting aggressive onto him. Shenzin's in trouble. Here comes Shiara though with the grand entrance on the Galio, and Adorkable is back with the Life Bomb Disintegration Ray to dissuade any further aggression. But it's not going to be a kill, and it is going to be the dragon in favor of 7 Deadly Sins, and that feels really nice for them.
Yeah, definitely. They must feel happy about that, but very odd choices Hentai made there. Adorkable just walking up into danger zone without any backup, and then obviously he just gets killed. Then Beak, like, trying to steal the Drake with a single Zillion bomb, and then after like 4 people are around him, he still decides to use his ult, still decides to use his flash, which is a complete waste because you're gonna die anyways. And then after that, Motojo, like he's using his ult for whatever reason, just to get an assist probably. But Sam is inclined to interrupt him, so Motojo can still pick up the minions on top lane and not fall too far behind.
Yeah, that's happened twice now, and I get why, you know, if you don't know exactly what's going down on the bottom side of the map, you're worried that the Shen ult could change a fight. You don't know whether your team's losing as hard as they are, and you don't want Motojo to get in there and change the fight. I can understand that. But Sanvete twice now has prevented Motojo from leaving lane, and both times it's been beneficial for the Shen, so maybe just a bit more communication on the side of Hentai Haven, able to tell him, hey, no, you don't need to stop him this time, let him stay. You know, or no, let him go rather, and you know, that sort of thing. Obviously, it's not the end of the world if Shen doesn't leave lane, but Motojo is 2 levels up on Sanvete, and Sam's having a lot of trouble farming in that top side as well, and you'd think he could use the free farm, but now Honest is coming in, and Adorkable's looking awfully free herself. Will be taken out 1-on-1 by Honest in the end. The whole roam came down from Chimebite Craft, and Motojo has been allowed to come down, as well as Sanvete, who will flash away over the wall using the showstopper to delay. Chimebright in a little bit of trouble, and Kraft's going to get dunked on the backside by the Dusk Blade of Drakthar Jarvan that is Shenzin. but no tankiness at all will mean that he falls very quickly thereafter to Honest, who picks up 2 kills, 5-0 and 1 on this Kaiser. And I was saying that Honest needed to have a more comfortable game this time, struggled in the last couple of games. 5-0 and 1 is the best possible start.
Yeah, just remove him from the Meta Slaves, ADCs, Caitlyn and Ashe, and then he can just have some fun. Because in game 1 as well, when he played the MF, he dealt some serious damage now on the Kaiser. I like that 7DS is not hesitating at all. Like, they create an opportunity and they just go for it. They don't, at least it does look like it, that they lack confidence. At least it does look like it that the mental is broken. And you get rewarded with a 6k gold lead at 15 minutes. So props to that.
Yeah, but we saw a huge gold lead for 7DS last game, let's not forget. And
Yeah.
that went the way of the dinosaurs. So we'll have to see whether they're able to hold on to it a little better this time around. Mid-game decision-making has not been their strong suit this series. Every game, even the ones they won comfortably, there have been moments in the mid-game where they've made questionable decisions and they've lost a little bit of their grip on their advantage. This time, they need to be careful, they need to be safe, and they need to just play this game out, because scaling will surely be in their favor as well. And they are winning hard in this early game. Shenzin, though, looks like he's the one who's going to be making the mistake. Kraft actually flashes onto him to make sure the kill is picked up. Don't think the Jarvan was going anywhere, and now Kraft going aggressive onto Chiara as well, proccing the press the attack to make that Galio just take that little bit of extra damage as well. And they are going to actually look for another pick on the top side as Motojo goes aggressive onto Beeg. Beeg's not going to be present for this fight, and that Zilean can be a big factor in these team fights. However, Bright is the only one there, as Zaro does not want to turn his attention away from the Rift Herald. Will secure it, but at the cost of Bright's life.
Yeah. So Hentai able to pick one kill. Because Twitch are asking, Beeg on the Zilean is maxing his Q. You should, definitely reasonable to do that. He maxes QW into E, just to be able to throw more bombs, I guess.
No glacial augment from
No
Beeg,
glacial augment,
of course, going for the Comet as well. So definitely a full damage output Zilean.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue, because you have like Galio Q and you have the Valkos, if you want to go for the kneecap breaking Zilean, then you max E, but the Q just deals more damage. So there's that. But
yeah, and I think there is an argument to be made for a glacial augment Zilean in general, but I don't think you'd max the slow even then. The items can be good, but more so if you're playing at support. If you're picking up the farm yourself, you go for that Rod of Ages, you go for the full damage. Speaking of damage, Chimebright's going to be taking a fair amount here. Samvetse, oh wow, Shenzin absolutely dunking onto Honest, but that's all the damage, and it's not quite enough. Chiara's going to be going solo and taken down on the Galio. Meanwhile, Samvetse's fallen. They're melting away here on Hentai Haven. Motojo seeing them out. Izaro doing the exact same, showing them the door here. And Chimebright is the only one that falls for 7 Deadly Sins. Beeg once again going for the Zilean Bomb Dragonsteel. And I don't think it's going to work this time either. Has been spotted out. Honest flashing over the wall. Beeg, not long for this world. Honest is godlike.
the thing is that worth using a flash there as a Kaiser?
Maybe not, but you're feeling yourself, it's confidence, you know, it builds a lot.
Yeah, mentality-wise, I think it's 100% worth, but I'm not sure. Like, because you saw how much damage Shenzhen was able to do before he just, got nuked. It's still a 30 Jarvan, so he's going for the one-shot into his own death. So I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like Shenzhen has already reached his peak of relative damage, though. I mean, I feel like he's not going to scale much better. As the game goes on, I don't think he's going to be doing more damage, more of a percentage of Honest health par than that per fight. And that wasn't enough.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
We'll have to wait and see on that one. Honest level 11 already as well. Pretty high. That's higher than Chiara, one of the solo laners on the side of Hentai Haven. And that's with the Zilean as well on that team, able to give some XP over to everyone else, and yet the advantage is still coming out for 7 Deadly Sins pretty much everywhere on the map, in every conceivable way they are ahead.
Also, I haven't seen a real impactful Zilean ult in this game yet.
Yeah, I mean, I can only think of one that I've seen full stop, and that was
it was
the opposite of impactful.
Not even a negative impact, it was just meaningless.
Yeah. Ooh, Sandete.
Oh, top dive.
Yeah, ooh, here they come. Here come the gang. Aizaru will be going forward. Chime Bright actually stopping to clear a ward. They're going to let Samvete escape. All they came here for was the turret, and they're going to be able to comfortably pick that one up. Meanwhile, on the bottom side as well, look at Kraft pushing down there. That's going to be another turret going down to that Lucian because no one is responding for that one. They need to find a fight on the top side of the map to make that worth. But I'm not sure they're going to be able to find that fight as Shenzhen pops themselves up in the air with that blast cone. And look, they're just walking around. They're not doing anything. They're not farming anything. Yeah. There's no jungle camps there. Lucian's taken down the turret on the bottom side of the map. What is there to do? Lucian doesn't have teleport. If you engage the fight, it's a 5v4. They can't engage it. What's the engage tool? Is it Shenzhen going deep because he's just going to die and I don't think they can follow him? Of course, you can put Shiara on top of him with the Grand Entrance as well, but that's 2 turrets on the bottom side, 1 on the top side, and they got, what, a minion wave and a couple of jungle camps.
Yeah, not worth at all. I think they should have baited the Baron maybe and then just turned on them. Maybe they win a 4v5 fight. I'm actually not sure if they do. But I think that would have been your best shot instead of just clearing some jungle camps and standing around in the river, literally doing nothing.
This is looking a lot better from 7 Deadly Sins. They are looking in control in a way that we've not seen much this series. You saw it game 2. We didn't see it really game 1. They were able to win the game pretty quickly, but I didn't ever feel like they were really in control until they just won the game. And then the last 2 games, they've lost them. So this one has the biggest, most commanding lead.
Yeah, definitely.
There's 0 objectives that have been picked up by the opposing team. And as long as they can keep it that way, they're going to be feeling very good indeed.
11k, 3 Drakes up, 10 kills, 6 turrets. It all points towards a 7 Deadly Sins win, 7 Deadly Sins championship, and a 7 Deadly Sins promotion, but damn, Elder, like, this series shot me once and nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last game means that anything can happen, and anything probably will happen. Shenzhen just going to be clearing away some vision on the bottom side of the map. No real need for that, though, because the bottom side is not where the action is going to be happening for the time being. Baron Nashor is up and available. The vision control up there from 7 Deadly Sins is promising. Got 3 control wards invested to that side of the map. The only vision that Hentai Haven have there at all is in their own jungle and can't see the Baron itself. The dragon is going to be spawning in about a minute now, so they are going to refocus their attempts down there to get that mountain dragon for themselves. They'll be disappointed that it's not an ocean dragon, of course. But a mountain dragon isn't the end of the world. That will make Motor Joe, Ice Zaro, and Chime Bright nigh on unkillable for the opposing team.
Yeah. So let's see. They just wobbled around, placed some water on Baron, although Drake is the more threatening objective right now. They can't really walk up to mid lane. This must feel so bad.
And if they had a traditional AD carry, I would be saying, go to Baron. Let them take Dragon, take the Baron, and hope that you can make that work in some way. It's not as good as the Soul, probably, but it's something, right? And they're probably not going to be able to challenge for this Soul. But they don't have a conventional AD carry, so their Baron take is going to be so horrendously slow that I don't think they can even handshake it. So they're going to have to try and challenge for this instead. Shenzhen is there and doesn't get the smite. Does get the kill, though, onto Ice Zaro. In comes Shiara as well. Honest is in trouble. Stand United will come through. Depth charge used for Peel as well. Shiara having to flash away. Honest is still alive and avoids Shenzhen, who has to flash away over the wall himself. Sambete in the middle of the fight gets revived. Kraft is doing so much damage, but does get shut down by Beeg, who is still alive themselves. Motor Joe gets onto Beeg, removes him from the map. Honest trying to do all the damage, but Shenzhen does manage to find the knockup, but it's not enough. Honest is legendary, and it's even a double kill. Motor Joe over the wall. Is it going to be the ace? Oh, Shiara just about staying alive from the Void Seeker. But that was one hell of a fight, and it was so much closer than... Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh dear.
Honestly, props to Honest, though. He had some dark games in the previous two. Like, now he's like, this boy, come on, let them have some fun. A delayed ace, 10 kills on the Kaiser, and I'm gonna say it right now, this game it's sealed.
Oh, okay. Well, the
done.
game is. I mean, that fight though, that was close. Honest so nearly died, and if Honest died, it could have been very, very different. Honest, no flash for next fight, no heal either. It could go differently. That fight. However, you got to feel that fight was almost perfect, right, for the side of Hentai Haven, and they still didn't win.
Yeah,
but it does give me hope.
But the thing is, like, Kaiser just only got stronger. She got like 2-3 kills or whatever. So it's gonna be even harder for Hentai Haven. Plus, they have the Mountain Soul now. There's a little shield on the Kaiser too. Yeah. So, you know, like, you should never lose hope. But it's gonna be very, very difficult for our Hentai Haven lads here to take the win.
7 Deadly Sins not starting up the Baron, they're just fighting over Vision for the time being. But they're not even controlling the Vision is the thing. Hentai Haven have Vision over Baron, and they're actually gonna remove 7 Deadly Sins' Vision, because 7 Deadly Sins have headed towards the bottom side of the map. They're looking to pressure the bottom lane inhibitor turret or something like that. They're gonna steal a red buff away. But they actually lose the Vision battle ever so slightly. Engage in the middle lane from Chime. Bright Shiara are going to have to be trying to dash away with the Proto Belt. That will be enough to secure the life for the time being. Shenzin flagging and dragging themselves to safety as well. And now, with the inside lane for the inhibitor itself, it is 7 Deadly Sins. This is the decision they have made. They seemed indecisive for a moment there, but now they are on to this inhibitor, and Shenzin's looking to do something about it. On towards Honest, but no damage at all. Here comes the double bomb. Here comes the Galio as well, but Honest has so much health. Will go down in the end, though. Craft, though, the secondary carry is there, and that is all that 7 Deadly Sins need. It's only Shiara left alive. Motor Joe will make sure that Galio will not be causing anyone any trouble anytime soon. And with the minion wave here, this could just be the game now for 7 Deadly Sins. I think it's going to be the game now for 7 Deadly Sins. GG's coming through in the chat. Shiara, is there anything the Galio can do? 3 levels down on Craft. And our eyes were on Honest, but they should have been on Craft for that final fight. As 7 Deadly Sins reset their mental and become the champions of Valance League Division 4.
Congratulations, 7 Deadly Sins, overcoming Hentai Haven, overcoming your own shadows to win Game 5. And also, congratulations to getting promoted. Congratulations to get promoted. It felt like a Div 5 game at some point. But don't want to downplay any success of that. Good job.
Huge props to Hentai Haven as well. They gave it such a series, and especially in the beginning of the game, before the games even started, I said heavy favorites. I called 7 Deadly Sins the heavy favorites, and I think I was right. They were the heavy favorites, and games 1 and 2 proved that because they absolutely stomped them. Shenzin came in game 3. They started to pick a little bit more fun. They had more funds with the bans, and it worked out well for them. And they did such a good job of making a series of it. That game 4 was a beautiful game to watch, although I don't think from an analytical point of view it was necessarily beautiful.
I have to consume a lot of aspirin pills after this.
Indeed. So it has been a long series. It has been a long day, and our producer wants to go to bed. So we're going to have to say goodbye to you for the time being. No interviews today. But thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have, because it has been incredible. Any parting words from you, Impress?
I was just happy to be given the opportunity to cast alongside you, to cast this entertaining series, and I'll enjoyed it. And as props to both teams, and congrats to 7DS especially. Yeah,
congratulations, 7 Deadly Sins, on their promotion and winning Valance League Division 4. Thank you guys so much for watching, and good night.